The smell hit Elena first. Acrid chemical wrong. Gasoline and burning rubber. Thick enough to taste. She'd cut through the service alley behind Prospect Street because her double shift at Moretti's had run late, and the F train was down again. Her feet ached in the discount sneakers she'd resold twice, and all she wanted was to collapse on her father's borrowed hospital cot in their studio apartment. But the smoke stopped her mid-step, curling from around the corner like a beckoning finger. Elena's nursing school instincts kicked in before common sense could intervene. She ran toward the smoke. The SUV sat at an awkward angle against the brick wall of a shuttered warehouse, its front end crumpled, driver's door hanging open. Flames licked up from beneath the hood, painting the darkness in shades of orange and gold. The vehicle was expensive, even she could tell that. Black, sleek, the kind of car that didn't belong in this part of Brooklyn after midnight. Then she heard it. Child scream. Elena's heart stopped. She sprinted forward, yanking her jacket over her head as heat rolled toward her in waves. Through the rear window, she could see movement. Small hands pressed against glass, a face streaked with tears. The back door was locked. She grabbed a chunk of broken concrete from the ground and slammed it against the window. Once. The glass spiderwebbed but held. The flames were spreading, crawling along the undercarriage with hungry efficiency. "Hold on!" Elena shouted. "Cover your face." The third strike shattered the window. She cleared the jagged edges with her jacket-wrapped arm, ignoring the sting of cuts, and reached inside. The girl, maybe 7, dark curls, eyes wide with terror, was strapped into a booster seat. Elena's fingers fumbled with the buckle as smoke poured into the cabin. "What's your name?" Elena kept her voice steady, the way they'd taught her in pediatric rotation. "Sophie." The girl coughed, choking on smoke. "Sophie, I'm Elena. We're going to get you out, okay? I need you to stay very still." The buckle finally released. Elena hauled the girl through the window, felt glass slice through her jeans, didn't care. She had Sophie against her chest, stumbling backward just as the flames reached the fuel tank. The explosion threw them both to the pavement. Elena twisted mid-fall, taking the impact on her shoulder, keeping Sophie's head cradled against her body. Pain exploded down her arm, but she rolled them further from the wreckage, kept rolling until they hit the opposite wall. The SUV was fully engulfed now, flames reaching toward the sky like a pyre. Sophie was sobbing, clutching Elena's shirt with small fists. Elena did a rapid assessment. No visible injuries, breathing ragged but steady, pupils responsive. Scared but alive. "You're okay," Elena murmured, smoothing the girl's hair. "You're safe now. You're Sophie." The voice cut through the night like a blade, sharp, commanding, edged with something Elena couldn't quite name. Not panic. Something colder. 3 black sedans screeched to a halt at the alley's entrance, doors flying open before the vehicles fully stopped. Men in dark suits emerged, moving with military precision. But Elena's attention locked on the man in the center. He was tall, broad-shouldered beneath a charcoal suit that probably cost more than her yearly rent. Dark hair, sharp features, a face that might have been handsome if it weren't so carefully blank. But his eyes, gray, almost silver in the firelight, held something raw as they fixed on the girl in Elena's arms. He crossed the distance in long strides, dropped to his knees on the filthy pavement without hesitation. "Sophie. Baby, are you hurt?" "Daddy." Sophie launched herself at him, and Elena saw the exact moment his control cracked. Just a fraction, just enough to glimpse the terror beneath. He held his daughter like she might disappear, one hand cradling her head, the other spanning her small back. His eyes closed briefly, and Elena watched his throat work on a swallow. Then those gray eyes opened and locked on her. Elena pushed herself to standing, biting back a wince as her shoulder screamed in protest. Her jeans were shredded, blood seeping through the denim. Her jacket was ruined, her hands cut and blistered. She probably looked like hell. The man stood in a fluid motion, Sophie still in his arms, and studied Elena with an intensity that made her want to step back. She held her ground. You pulled her out. It wasn't a question. The door was locked. I broke the window. The driver. Elena glanced at the inferno. If he was in there. He wasn't. The man's jaw tightened. Iran. Left her. The last two words carried enough ice to frost the air between them. One of the suited men approached, speaking in low tones. The man, Sophie's father, listened without breaking eye contact with Elena. It was unnerving, that stare. Like he was cataloging every detail, filing her away in some mental database. Ambulance is 3 minutes out, Mr. Cross, the suited man said. Plus, the name tickled something in Elena's memory, but she was too tired and too sore to chase it down. Sophie needs to be checked, Elena said, shifting into clinical mode. Smoke inhalation, possible shock. She seems okay, but... And you? Cross's gaze dropped to her bleeding hands, the torn jeans. You're injured. I'm fine. You're bleeding. I'm a nurse. I know when I'm fine. She softened her tone, aware she was being sharp with a man whose daughter had nearly died. Really? Just cuts. I'll clean them up at home. Cross shifted Sophie to one arm. The girl had her face buried in his neck and reached into his jacket. He pulled out a slim wallet, extracted a card and held it out. Elena didn't take it. For your medical expenses, he said. And your clothes. Whatever you need. I don't need your money. Something flickered in his expression. Surprise, maybe. You saved my daughter's life. So I should send you a bill. Elena shook her head. That's not how this works. Then how does it work? You make sure whoever was supposed to be driving that car never gets near her again. You hold her tight. You remember how lucky you are. Elena's voice cracked on the last word, thinking of her own father, 3 floors up in a hospital bed she couldn't afford, dying by degrees while she scrambled for shifts. That's how it works. Cross studied her for a long moment. Behind them, sirens wailed closer. The fire was dying now, the SUV a blackened skeleton. What's your name? He asked. Elena hesitated. Something in his tone made her wary, made her think of the way predators memorized the scent of prey. But she was being paranoid. He was just a father, grateful his daughter was alive. Elena. Elena Morgan. He nodded once, a gesture that felt weighted with significance she didn't understand. Thank you, Elena Morgan. For my daughter's life. Then the ambulances arrived, and the moment shattered into chaos. Paramedics, questions, someone wrapping a blanket around her shoulders. Elena gave her statement to a police officer, accepted basic first aid, and refused transport to the hospital. She couldn't afford the ambulance ride, let alone the ER visit. When she looked for Cross again, he was gone. Only the suited men remained, speaking in tight clusters, casting long shadows in the flashing lights. Elena limped toward the subway, her shoulder throbbing, her hands stinging. She'd be sore tomorrow, bruised for a week. But the girl was safe. Sophie. That was what mattered. She didn't notice the black sedan that followed her home at a discreet distance. Didn't see the man in the back seat. His daughter finally asleep against his shoulder, watching Elena's retreating figure with the focused attention of someone solving a complex equation. Didn't know that Damien Cross had already made 3 phone calls, one to his head of security, one to his lawyer, and one to the private investigator who handled his most sensitive work. By the time Elena collapsed onto the cot beside her father's hospital bed, Damien Cross knew her social security number, her employment history, her nursing school transcripts, and the exact amount of medical debt slowly crushing her into dust. He knew about the experimental treatment her father needed, the one insurance wouldn't cover. Knew about her brother Marcus and his gambling problems. Knew she worked 70-hour weeks and still couldn't make rent. He knew everything. And as he carried Sophie into their penthouse, past the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a Manhattan that glittered like scattered diamonds, Damien Cross made a decision. Elena Morgan had given him back the only thing in the world he couldn't replace. She'd asked for nothing in return, expected nothing, wanted nothing from him. That made her either a saint or a fool. Either way, she was about to discover that Damien Cross always paid his debts. And he always collected what he was owed. 4 days later, Elena was measuring her father's medications when the door to his hospital room opened. She looked up, expecting Dr. Rashid with the day's update, and froze. Damien Cross stood in the doorway, still in that charcoal suit or one identical to it, flanked by a woman in steel gray who carried a leather portfolio like a weapon. He looked exactly as Elena remembered. Sharp, controlled, dangerous in a way that had nothing to do with physical threat and everything to do with the certainty that he could unmake your life with a phone call. Ms. Morgan. He stepped inside, and somehow the sterile hospital room felt smaller. We need to talk. Elena's father stirred in the bed, oxygen cannula hissing softly. He looked so small now, so diminished by the cancer eating him from the inside out. She moved instinctively between him and Cross. How did you find me? I find everything I need to find. Cross nodded to the woman, who set the portfolio on the rolling table. This is Rebecca Chen, my attorney. We have a proposition for you. I don't want your money. Good. Because I'm not offering money. His gray eyes locked on hers. I'm offering a contract. Elena's pulse kicked up. I don't understand. Your father owes $2.3 million to Meridian Capital Holdings. They were acquired by one of my subsidiaries 6 months ago. The debt is due in 30 days. He paused. Let that sink in. You can't pay it. The floor seemed to tilt. Elena gripped the bed rail, her knuckles white. That's not possible. My father doesn't have that kind of. He co-signed on your brother's business loan. Marcus defaulted. The debt transferred. Cross's voice was clinical, factual. Meridian has been patient, but patience has limits. In 30 days they'll file for asset seizure. This apartment building your father owns in Queens. His pension. Garnished. And his medical care. Cross glanced at the 4-stand, the monitors. Well, that becomes significantly more difficult to maintain. Elena couldn't breathe. The room was spinning, her father's labored breathing too loud, too fragile. Why are you telling me this? Her voice came out hoarse. Because I'm offering you a way out. Cross moved closer, and Elena caught the scent of expensive cologne and something darker beneath. Smoke maybe still clinging to him from that night. Marry me. Elena laughed. It was a broken sound, edged with hysteria. You're insane. I'm practical. My ex-wife is fighting for full custody of Sophie. Her family has money, connections, a legal team that's already painted me as an unstable workaholic. I need to present as a stable family unit. Wife. A mother figure. His expression didn't change. You saved my daughter's life. She's already asked about you twice. You have nursing training experience with children. And you need exactly what I can provide. This is. Elena shook her head. People don't do this. This isn't real. It's a 2-year contract. You'll live in my home, attend public functions as my wife, help with Sophie's care. In exchange, your father's debt is erased. His medical expenses are covered. All of them, including the experimental treatment Dr. Rashid mentioned. Cross tilted his head slightly. I know you asked about it. I know insurance denied coverage. I know it costs $800,000 and it's his only real chance. Tears burned Elena's eyes. You bastard. Yes. No inflection. But I'm a bastard who keeps his word. 2 years. Play the role. At the end, you walk away with $500,000 and your father's care guaranteed for life. Refuse and in 30 days, he's moved to county hospice. Rebecca Chen opened the portfolio, revealing a thick stack of documents. You have 48 hours to review and sign. Mr. Cross's custody hearing is in 6 weeks. We need time to establish the marriage as legitimate. Elena looked at her father, at the man who'd raised her alone after her mother left, who'd worked 2 jobs to keep her in school, who'd never once made her feel like a burden. He was dying. She'd known it for months, felt it in every labored breath. But this treatment, this impossible experimental treatment, Dr. Rashid had said it could give him years. Real years, not this slow fade into nothing. She looked back at Cross. Why me? You saved something I can't replace. His voice dropped, something almost human flickering in those gray eyes. Now I'm offering you the same chance. I need to think. 48 hours. Not a minute more. Cross turned toward the door, then paused. For what it's worth, Ms. Morgan, I don't make this offer lightly. But I protect what's mine. And Sophie needs stability more than she needs romance. He left, Rebecca Chen following, the door clicking shut with a finality that felt like a cell locking. Elena sank into the chair beside her father's bed, the contract burning like a brand on the table. 48 hours to decide if she'd sell herself to save him. 48 hours to choose between freedom and love. She reached for her father's hand, felt his papery skin, his fragile pulse, and knew she'd already made her choice. She'd made it the moment Damien Cross said the word years. Because love wasn't a luxury she could afford. It was the only thing worth any price at all. Chapter 1. The Contract. The penthouse occupied the entire 47th floor of Cross Tower, a glass and steel monolith that pierced the Manhattan skyline like a shard of ice. Elena stood in the private elevator, watching the numbers climb. Her reflection fractured across mirrored walls. She'd worn the only professional outfit she owned. Black slacks from Target, a cream blouse with a coffee stain she tried to bleach out, flats that pinched her toes. Next to the elevator's polished chrome and soft leather panels, she looked exactly like what she was. A woman who didn't belong. The contract sat in her canvas bag. 47 pages she'd read until the words blurred. Rebecca Chen had been thorough. Every clause spelled out in language designed to leave no room for misunderstanding, no space for hope. Asterisk separate residences within the primary domicile. No expectation of physical intimacy. Public appearances as required. Complete discretion regarding the contractual nature of the arrangement. Term, 24 months from date of marriage. Compensation, $2.3 million debt forgiveness. Full medical coverage for James Morgan, $500,000 upon successful completion. Asterisk. The elevator chimed. The doors slid open onto a private foyer. White marble, a single orchid on a floating shelf, the kind of minimalist wealth that whispered rather than shouted. Beyond the foyer, floor-to-ceiling windows framed Manhattan like a painting. The park, the skyline, the rivers catching afternoon light. Damien Cross stood at those windows, hands in his pockets, silhouetted against the city he clearly owned. Ms. Morgan. He turned as she entered. Today's suit was charcoal, almost black, tailored to emphasize the breadth of his shoulders. His tie was silver gray, the exact shade of his eyes. You came alone. You said to come alone. Elena set her bag on the glass coffee table. Heard the contract rustle inside. I read everything. And she pulled out the documents, found the signature page, set it on the table between them. I have questions first. Something that might have been approval flickered across his face. Ask. Sophie. Does she know this is an arrangement? No. And she won't. Damien moved closer, each step measured. As far as my daughter is concerned, we fell in love. You're choosing to be part of her life because you want to be, not because I'm paying you. So I lied to a 7-year-old. You protect a 7-year-old who's already lost her mother and nearly died in a fire. His voice was flat, factual. She needs stability, not complicated truths she can't process. Elena's jaw tightened. What happened to her mother? Sophie's mother died in childbirth. Victoria is my ex-wife. I married her when Sophie was 2, divorced her when Sophie was 5. She's not fighting for custody out of maternal instinct. She's fighting because her family sees Sophie's inheritance as leverage. That's... Elena stopped, processed. You think they had something to do with the accident? I know the driver was paid to disappear. I don't know by whom. Yet. Damien's expression was granite. Which is why this contract includes a security detail. You'll have a driver, a bodyguard for public appearances. Non-negotiable. I don't need. You became a target the moment you pulled Sophie from that car. Victoria's people already have photos of you. Your address, your work schedule, your father's room number. He paused. They'll use anything they can find. I'm ensuring they find nothing. A chill crawled down Elena's spine. She thought of her studio apartment, the flimsy lock, her father alone in his hospital room while she worked. You could have led with that. I'm leading with it now. Damien gestured to the contract. What else? The separate residences clause. Where exactly am I living? East wing, third door on the left. Your own bedroom, bathroom, sitting area. I'm in the west wing. Sophie's room is between us. He moved to a tablet on the side table, pulled up floor plans. Common areas are shared. Kitchen, living room, library, terrace. My study is off limits unless invited. Your space is yours. I won't enter without permission. Elena studied the floor plan, the careful distance built into the architecture. And when we're in public, we're a couple. Affectionate but not performative. I'll touch you. Hand at your back, arm around your waist. You'll need to tolerate that. His gaze sharpened. Can you? She thought of his hand on her back, the brand of it, the way her body might betray her with a flinch or worse, a lean into the touch. I can manage. Managing isn't enough. Victoria's lawyers will be watching for cracks. You'll need to sell this. Damien set down the tablet, closed the distance between them until Elena had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes. Can you look at me like you chose this? Like you want this? Her pulse kicked. This close, she could see the faint scar bisecting his left eyebrow, the precise edge of his jaw, the way his pupils dilated slightly as he studied her. He smelled like cedar and something sharper. Coffee, maybe, or the lingering ghost of smoke. I did choose this, Elena said quietly. Maybe not for the reasons people will think, but I chose it. I'll make them believe. Damien held her gaze for 3 seconds longer, then stepped back. Good. The press conference is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Rebecca has a stylist coming this evening. You'll need appropriate clothing. Wedding is Friday at City Hall, immediate family only. Your father will attend if his doctors clear him. Friday. Elena's voice cracked. That's 3 days. Victoria's lawyers moved the custody hearing up. We're out of time. Damien picked up a pen from the table, held it out. Sign now, or this conversation ends. Elena stared at the pen. Gold, heavy, the kind of object that cost more than her weekly grocery budget. Her hand shook as she reached for it. Wait. He pulled back. One more thing. If I do this, if I sign, I need your word that you won't interfere with my father's care. No pulling the plug on treatment if I don't perform well enough. No using his life as leverage again. You have my word. Your word isn't worth much to me yet. Damien's expression didn't change, but something cold flickered in his eyes. Then let me be clear, Ms. Morgan. I don't break contracts. I don't renege on deals. And I don't use sick old men as pawns. I leave that to people like Victoria's family. You fulfill your end, I fulfill mine. No exceptions, no amendments, no games. Elena searched his face for the lie, for the crack in the veneer. Found nothing but certainty, hard and unyielding as the steel supporting this tower. She took the pen. Her signature looked small on the page, almost childish next to the dense legal text. But it was done. Binding. Damien signed below her, his handwriting a sharp slash of ink. Then he pressed a button on the tablet. Rebecca, it's done. File the license application. Congratulations. Rebecca's voice came through, dry as dust. I'll have the ring delivered within the hour. The call ended. Damien poured 2 glasses of water from a crystal decanter, handed one to Elena. Not champagne. Not a toast. Just hydration, practical and cold. Welcome to Cross Tower, Ms. Morgan. He raised his glass slightly. You'll move in tonight. I'll have your belongings collected from your apartment. I can pack my own. You have a shift at Moretti's in 2 hours. I've already arranged your resignation. 2 weeks severance. Full benefits through the end of the month. He checked his watch. The stylist arrives at 6. Dinner is at 7. Sophie will join us. I suggest you rest before then. Elena's temper flared. You can't just. I can. I did. You're about to become Mrs. Damien Cross. That means no more double shifts, no more serving drinks to men who don't tip. You have a role to play, and it doesn't include exhaustion. His tone was matter-of-fact, not cruel. Somehow that made it worse. I liked that job. You liked the paycheck. I'm providing a better one. Damien gestured toward the hallway. East wing. Third door. There's a keypad, code is 0614, Sophie's birthday. Change it if you want. Elena set down the water glass, picked up her bag. The contract felt heavier now, weighted with finality. This is insane. This is Manhattan. Damien returned to his position at the windows, hands in his pockets, gaze on the city below. Sanity is for people who can afford it. The bedroom was larger than her entire apartment. White walls, gray linens, furniture that looked expensive because it was expensive. Clean lines, no ornament, no warmth. A hotel room designed by someone who'd never lived in it. Elena's single suitcase sat on the bed, already delivered. She hadn't heard anyone come in, hadn't authorized the entry. The violation of it crawled under her skin. She checked the bathroom. Marble, a rainfall shower, towels so thick they could double as blankets. No camera in sight, but she looked anyway, checking vents and light fixtures with the paranoia of someone who just signed away 2 years of her life. The closet was walk-in, empty except for a garment bag hanging in the center. Elena unzipped it, found a dress. Midnight blue, silk, designer label she recognized from magazine ads. A note pinned to the hanger in sharp handwriting. Asterisk for tonight. D asterisk. She ran her fingers over the fabric, felt the weight of it, the quality. This dress cost more than a month's rent. Maybe 2. A knock at the door made her jump. Ms. Morgan. A woman's voice, accented, French maybe. I'm Colette, the stylist. May I come in? Elena opened the door to find a tiny woman in all black, silver hair in a severe bob, carrying what looked like a mobile boutique in her arms. Colette swept past without waiting for invitation, laid out garment bags on the bed with the precision of a surgeon arranging instruments. Monsieur Cross said you need everything. So, everything you get. Colette's eyes traveled over Elena with clinical assessment. Size 6, yes. Good bone structure. We work with this. For the next 2 hours, Elena was measured, draped, pinned, and critiqued. Colette spoke in rapid-fire French to an assistant who appeared with boxes of shoes, jewelry, undergarments that probably cost more than Elena's nursing school textbooks. Every time Elena protested, "This is too much. I don't need this. I can't accept," Colette waved her off. "You are Mrs. Cross now. You dress like Mrs. Cross." End of discussion. By 6:30, Elena stood in front of the full-length mirror, barely recognizing herself. The blue dress fit like it had been made for her, because it had, Colette explained, commissioned yesterday based on estimates and finished this afternoon. Her hair was styled in soft waves, her makeup subtle but transformative. She looked expensive, bullish, like someone who belonged in this penthouse. Like a beautiful lie. "Perfect," Colette pronounced. "Now you look like you could break his heart instead of the other way around." Elena met her own eyes in the mirror. "That's not what this is." "No." Colette smiled, sad and knowing. "Then you are more naive than you look, Sherry." Dinner was served in a dining room that could seat 12 but was set for 3. Sophie sat at one end of the long table, Damien at the other, and Elena was directed to the middle, equidistant from both, belonging to neither. Sophie wore pajamas printed with stars, her dark curls still damp from a bath. She looked small in the tall chair, swinging her legs, watching Elena with open curiosity. "You're the lady from the fire," Sophie said as Elena sat down. Daddy said you're having dinner with us. I am. Elena unfolded her napkin, hyper-aware of Damien's gaze on her. How are you feeling, Sophie? Okay. My throat hurt for a while, but it's better now. Sophie picked up her fork, then set it down. Are you Daddy's friend? Elena glanced at Damien. He nodded slightly. Permission or command she couldn't tell. Yes. Your dad and I are friends. Good friends. Are you going to be my new mommy? The question landed like a stone in still water. Elena's chest tightened. Across the table, Damien's expression remained neutral, but his knuckles were white where he gripped his knife. Would you want that? Elena asked carefully. A new mom. Sophie considered this with the gravity of someone much older. I don't remember my real mom. And Victoria was mean. She yelled at Daddy a lot. She looked up, eyes wide and hopeful. You seem nice. You saved me. I did. And I'd do it again. Elena's voice came out softer than she intended. But being someone's mom is a big job. It takes time. How much time? I don't know yet. Can we start with being friends and see what happens? Sophie nodded, apparently satisfied. Okay. Do you like mac and cheese? Mrs. Chen says we're having salmon, but I don't like salmon, so I get mac and cheese. Tension broke. Dinner proceeded with Sophie's chatter filling the silence. School, her best friend Emma, the chapter book she was reading. Elena listened, asked questions, felt Damien watching her with that unreadable intensity. When Sophie's nanny came to collect her for bed, the little girl hugged Elena without hesitation. Will you be here for breakfast? I will. Good. Sophie turned to Damien. I like her, Daddy. She smells like cookies. After Sophie left, the silence stretched. Damien refilled Elena's water glass. His movements controlled and precise. You're good with her, he said finally. She's easy to be good with. Elena pushed her half-eaten salmon around her plate. She's sweet. Trusting. Too trusting. It worries me. She's 7. She's supposed to trust. Not in my world. Damien set down his fork. In my world, trust gets you killed. Elena looked up, caught the shadow that crossed his face. Brief, quickly shuttered, but real. Is that what you're teaching her? To trust no one. I'm teaching her to be careful. There's a difference between careful and closed off. Elena surprised herself with the sharpness in her voice. She just lost a mother figure, nearly died. And now you're bringing in a stranger and calling it stability. Maybe what she needs is honesty, not another performance. Damien's eyes went cold. You've been her stepmother for exactly 3 hours. Don't presume to tell me what my daughter needs. I'm not her stepmother. I'm your employee. Elena stood, the chair scraping against marble. And if we're going to make this work, you need to decide which one you want me to be. Because I can't do both. She left before he could respond, walked back to her sterile bedroom and locked the door. Only then did she let herself shake. At midnight, Elena couldn't sleep. The bed was too soft, the room too quiet, the weight of the contract too heavy. She pulled on the robe Colette had left, silk of course, and ventured into the common areas. The penthouse at night was different. Softer. The city lights filtered through the windows, casting everything in shades of blue and gold. She found the kitchen, poured herself water, and nearly dropped the glass when she saw Damien on the terrace. He stood at the railing, still in his dress shirt but with the sleeves rolled up, tie discarded. A tumbler of amber liquid caught the light in his hand. He didn't turn, but his shoulders tensed. He knew she was there. Elena should have retreated. Instead, she opened the terrace door. The November air bit through the silk robe. Manhattan spread below them, a glittering grid of ambition and insomnia. Can't sleep. Damien's voice was rough, whiskey-worn. New bed. New everything. Elena joined him at the railing, kept 2 feet of distance between them. You. I don't sleep much. He took a sip, stared at the skyline. Old habit. They stood in silence. Below, traffic moved like blood through veins, the city's endless circulation. Elena thought of her father in his hospital bed, wondered if he was sleeping, if the new medication was helping or just buying time. "I was out of line at dinner," she said finally. "About Sophie. You're right, I don't know her, don't know what she needs." "You weren't wrong though." Damien's admission came quiet. "I am closed off. I learned it young, perfected it as an adult. It's kept me alive, kept my business intact." He paused. "But it's not what Sophie needs. I know that. I just don't know how to be anything else." Elena looked at him, really looked. In the low light, he seemed less like the controlled billionaire from the contract signing, and more like a man carrying weight he couldn't set down. "Why did you marry Victoria?" she asked. "If Sophie's mother died, why not raise her alone?" "Because I was drowning. Sophie was too, I was building Cross Enterprises. And I didn't know how to be a father and a CEO." Damien's jaw tightened. Victoria was elegant, connected, good with Sophie at first. Seemed practical. A merger, not a marriage. What happened? She wanted more. More access to my accounts, more control over my decisions. More of everything I couldn't give. He drained the whiskey. "When I filed for divorce, her family took it personally. They've been trying to destroy me ever since. Sophie's just their latest weapon. That's why the contract." Understanding clicked into place. "You need me to be what Victoria wasn't. The devoted wife, the loving stepmother. I need you to be what Sophie needs. Everything else is secondary." Damien finally turned to face her, and the look in his eyes made Elena's breath catch. "I failed her once. Let a driver I didn't properly vet get behind the wheel. Let my guard down for one moment. She nearly died because I wasn't careful enough. I won't fail her again." The rawness in his voice cracked something in Elena's chest. She recognized that guilt had carried her own version since her mother left, since every bill she couldn't pay, every shift she worked instead of sitting with her father. "You didn't fail her," Elena said. "You're here. You're trying. That's more than a lot of parents do. Is it enough? I don't know. But it's something." Damien studied her face, and Elena felt exposed under that gaze. Like he could see past the silk robe and expensive dress to the scared girl underneath, the one who'd just sold 2 years of her life and wasn't sure if she'd made a deal or signed her own death warrant. "The press conference is at 2, he said finally. "Rebecca will brief you at noon." Wear the gray suit Colette left. Conservative, trustworthy. And Elena. "Yes. When they ask how we met, stick to the truth. The fire, the hospital. Just leave out the contract. Can you do that?" Elena thought of Sophie's hopeful eyes, her father's labored breathing, the weight of all the lies she was about to tell. "Yes," she said. "I can do that." Damien nodded, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. He opened it without ceremony. Inside, a ring caught the city lights, diamond and platinum, understated and perfect. "This was my mother's," he said. "She died when I was 12. It's the only thing I kept from that life." He took Elena's left hand. His fingers warm despite the November cold, and slid the ring onto her fourth finger. It fit perfectly, which shouldn't have surprised her. Damien Cross left nothing to chance. "There," he said, still holding her hand. "Now it's real." But it wasn't real. It was a contract, a performance, a carefully constructed lie to save a little girl and a dying man. Elena looked down at the ring, at Damien's hand still wrapped around hers, and wondered when exactly she'd stepped past the point of no return. The answer came swift and certain, the moment she'd heard Sophie scream in that burning car. Everything since had just been falling. "The press conference," Elena said, pulling her hand back gently. "What do I need to know?" Damien's expression shuttered again, the brief vulnerability locked away. "Smile. Look at me like I'm not a monster. Let me touch you without flinching." He paused. "And remember, Victoria's people will be in that room. They'll be looking for cracks. Don't give them any." He left her on the terrace, the ring heavy on her finger, the city sprawling below like a beautiful, glittering trap. Elena stayed until the cold drove her inside, until her hands were numb and her breath came in clouds. Tomorrow she'd smile for cameras and lie to reporters and let Damien Cross touch her like she belonged to him. Tonight, she stood at the edge of his kingdom and wondered what she'd just become. Chapter 2. The performance. The gray suit fit like armor. Elena stood in front of the mirror at 11:30, studying the woman Colette had constructed. Charcoal wool, tailored to emphasize her waist, paired with a cream silk blouse and understated heels. Pearl earrings, real ones Colette had specified, and her hair pulled back in a low chignon. The ring on her left hand caught the light with every movement, impossible to ignore. She looked like someone who belonged next to Damien Cross. She looked like a liar. "Stop fidgeting." Rebecca Chen appeared in the doorway, tablet in hand. Her own suit a shade of steel that matched her expression. "You'll wrinkle the fabric." Elena dropped her hands. "I wasn't. You were." Rebecca entered, set the tablet on the dresser, and studied Elena with the same clinical assessment she'd use on a contract. "Nervous? Wouldn't you be?" "I don't get nervous. I get prepared." Rebecca pulled up a document on the tablet. "We have 30 minutes before the car arrives. Let's go over the key points again." For the next 20 minutes, Rebecca drilled her. How they met, the fire, Sophie's rescue, Damien's gratitude turning to something deeper. When they started dating, 3 weeks ago, quiet dinners, long conversations, a connection neither expected. The proposal, intimate, private, no grand gestures because Elena wasn't that kind of woman. Wedding plans, small ceremony, immediate family only. They wanted to focus on Sophie, on building their family. Every answer scripted. Every detail designed to paint a picture of organic romance, not calculated transaction. What if they ask about the speed? Lena asked. 3 weeks to engagement. People will question that. Let them question. You're in love. When you know, you know. Rebecca's expression didn't change. That's your answer to any skepticism. Simple, emotional, impossible to argue with. And if they push, Damien will handle it. Your job is to look radiant and besotted. Can you do that? Elena thought of the terrace last night, Damien's hand around hers, the weight of his mother's ring. The way he'd looked at her, not with affection but with something harder. Possession maybe. Or calculation. I can do that. Good. Rebecca checked her watch. The car's downstairs. Remember, Victoria's lawyers will be watching the live stream. They'll analyze every micro-expression, every hesitation. You're not just performing for the press. You're performing for a custody court. The weight of it settled on Elena's shoulders like a yoke. She picked up the clutch Colette had provided. Cream leather, containing nothing but a lipstick and the emergency contact card Rebecca had insisted she carry, and followed Rebecca to the elevator. Damien waited in the lobby, flanked by 2 men in dark suits Elena didn't recognize. He wore navy today, the tie a shade lighter, and when his eyes landed on her, something flickered in their gray depths. Approval maybe. Or just satisfaction that his investment looked the part. "Ms. Morgan." He crossed to her, and Elena's pulse kicked up as he took her hand, brought it to his lips. The gesture was smooth, practiced, utterly false. But his mouth was warm against her knuckles, and she felt the touch like a brand. "You look beautiful." "Thank you." Her voice came out steady. "Small victory. The car's ready." He tucked her hand into the crook of his arm, the contact casual and possessive at once. "Stay close. The press will try to separate us, get individual reactions. Don't let them." They moved through the lobby, marble and chrome, everything reflecting everything else, and out into November brightness. A black SUV idled at the curb, one of the suited men already holding the door open. Damien's hand moved to the small of Elena's back as he guided her inside, and she felt the heat of it through the wool suit. Inside the SUV the world went quiet. Tinted windows, leather seats, the faint hum of the engine. Damien sat beside her, close enough that their thighs almost touched. Rebecca took the front passenger seat, already on her phone, speaking in rapid legal shorthand. Nervous. Damien's voice was low, meant only for her. Terrified. Good. Fear keeps you sharp. He adjusted his cufflinks, a small gesture that somehow commanded attention. When we arrive, there will be cameras before we even exit the vehicle. I'll get out first, then offer you my hand. Take it. Let me help you out. Stay close as we walk in. I know the drill. Rebecca covered it. Rebecca covers logistics. I'm covering us. Damien shifted, angling toward her, and Elena found herself trapped between his gaze and the window. When I touch you up there, you can't flinch. Can't hesitate. The cameras will catch it. I won't flinch. Prove it. He reached out, cupped her face with one hand, thumb brushing her cheekbone. The touch was gentle, almost tender, and completely clinical. Look at me like you chose this. Elena held his gaze, forced herself not to pull away. This close, she could see the individual shades of gray in his eyes, slate and silver and something darker at the edges. Could smell his cologne, cedar and something sharp. Could feel the calluses on his palm, unexpected on a billionaire's hand. How's this? She asked, letting her lips curve slightly. Better. But he didn't drop his hand. When they ask what you love about me, what will you say? The question caught her off guard. They'd rehearsed the meet-cute, the timeline, the proposal. But not this. Not the substance of the lie. I'll say. Elena thought of last night, the terrace, the crack in his armor. I'll say you're a good father. That you'd do anything for Sophie. That underneath the control, there's someone who cares more than he wants to admit. Something shifted in Damien's expression. His thumb stilled against her cheek. That's not in the script. You asked what I'd say. That's what I'd say. Elena held his gaze. Is it wrong? No. The word came quiet. It's just true. And truth is more dangerous than lies. He dropped his hand, turned back to face forward, and the moment shattered. Rebecca glanced back from the front seat, eyebrow raised, but said nothing. The rest of the drive passed in silence. Cross Tower's main conference room occupied the 23rd floor, all glass and chrome, with a podium positioned in front of the company logo. Rows of chairs faced the podium, already filling with reporters, cameras, the vultures of Manhattan media. Elena counted at least 30 people, maybe more, all of them watching as she and Damien entered through the side door. The flash of cameras was immediate, disorienting. Elena felt Damien's hand return to her back, steady and warm, guiding her toward the podium. She kept her smile in place, let herself lean slightly into his touch, played the part of a woman in love. They took their positions, Damien at the podium, Elena slightly behind and to his left, close enough to touch. Rebecca stood off to the side, watching with the focus of a general surveying a battlefield. Thank you all for coming. Damien's voice carried easily, commanding attention without effort. I'll keep this brief. 3 weeks ago, my daughter Sophie was involved in a serious accident. Elena Morgan saved her life, pulling her from a burning vehicle at great personal risk. He turned, extended his hand toward Elena. She stepped forward, let him draw her to his side, his arm sliding around her waist. What started as gratitude became something neither of us expected. Elena is brilliant, compassionate and fearless. She's exactly the partner I didn't know I needed, and exactly the mother figure Sophie deserves. Damien looked down at Elena, and the expression on his face was so perfectly calibrated. Warmth, admiration, possession, that for a moment she almost believed it. I asked her to marry me because I can't imagine my life, or Sophie's life, without her in it. The reporters erupted. Questions flew like artillery fire. Mr. Cross, isn't 3 weeks unusually fast? Ms. Morgan, what do you say to accusations that this is a publicity stunt? How does Victoria Ashford feel about this engagement? Is the custody battle influencing the timeline? Damien raised a hand, and the room quieted. "I'll take 3 questions. Choose wisely." A woman in the front row stood. "Mr. Cross, your custody hearing is in 6 weeks. Critics will say this engagement is strategically timed to present a stable family unit. How do you respond?" "I'd say critics are welcome to their opinions. My priority is Sophie's well-being, and Elena provides the stability and love she needs. The timing is irrelevant." Damien's voice was ice-smooth. "Next question." Man near the back. "Ms. Morgan, you're a waitress from Brooklyn. How do you respond to suggestions that you're after Mr. Cross's money?" Elena felt Damien tense beside her, but she stepped forward before he could intercept. "I'd say those suggestions reveal more about the people making them than about me. I didn't know who Damien was when I pulled Sophie from that car. I just knew a child needed help." She paused, let the moment breathe. "As for his money, I have my own career, my own life. What I want from Damien isn't in his bank account. It's in his heart." The line was Rebecca's, workshopped this morning, but Elena delivered it with enough conviction that several reporters nodded. Beside her, Damien's hand tightened on her waist. Approval or warning, she couldn't tell. "Final question." Damien pointed to a younger woman near the side. "This one's for both of you. What do you love most about each other?" The room went silent. This wasn't a logistics question or a timeline question. This was the test. Elena looked up at Damien, found him already watching her. For a breath, too, they stood in that manufactured intimacy, cameras clicking like cicadas. Then Damien spoke, his voice lower, almost intimate. "Elena doesn't want anything from me except honesty. In my world, that's rarer than diamonds." He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, the gesture casual and devastating. "She sees Sophie as a person, not a pawn. She sees me as a man, not a bank account. That's what I love." Her clarity. Elena's throat tightened. The lie was so close to truth it hurt. "And you, Ms. Morgan?" She thought of the terrace, the confession, the ring on her finger. Thought of Sophie's hopeful eyes and Damien's careful distance, and the 2 years stretching ahead like a prison sentence. "He's afraid," Elena said quietly. "Of failing Sophie, of making the wrong choice, of being the monster people assume he is. But he shows up anyway. He tries anyway." She let her hand rest on his chest, felt his heartbeat steady and strong beneath the expensive fabric. "That kind of courage, the quiet kind, the daily kind, that's what I love." The silence stretched. Then Rebecca stepped forward, signaling the end. "Thank you all. Written statements will be distributed within the hour. No further questions." The reporters erupted again, but Damien was already moving, his arm around Elena, guiding her toward the exit. They made it to the hallway before Elena's legs started shaking. "Breathe." Damien steered her into a side office, shut the door against the chaos. "You did well. I lied to 30 reporters. You told them what they needed to hear. There's a difference." He poured water from a carafe, handed her the glass. "Drink." Elena drank, tasted nothing, set the glass down with trembling hands. "They believed it." "Of course they did. You were perfect." Damien loosened his tie, leaned against the desk. "Rebecca's already monitoring social media. Early response is positive. The custody angle is being framed as romantic urgency, not strategic calculation." "Good. That's good." Elena sank into a chair, suddenly exhausted. "What now?" "Now we maintain momentum. Dinner tonight at Oriole, Victoria's favorite restaurant. She'll hear about it, see the photos. Tomorrow we take Sophie to the park, let the paparazzi catch us being a family." Damien checked his watch. "Friday is City Hall. Your father's been cleared to attend. I'm sending a medical transport." "You?" Elena looked up. "He's stable enough to leave the hospital. For 4 hours with a nurse and portable equipment. Rebecca arranged it." Damien's expression remained neutral. "He should see you get married. Even if the marriage is a contract." Something cracked in Elena's chest. She'd expected calculation, strategy, the cold efficiency of a business deal. Not this. Not consideration for her father's presence at a fake wedding. "Thank you," she managed. "Don't thank me. It's in both our interests that this appears legitimate." But his voice lacked its usual edge. A knock at the door. Rebecca entered, tablet glowing. Preliminary coverage is strong. 3 major outlets leading with the romance angle, 2 focusing on Sophie's rescue. Only one mentioning the custody battle, and they're framing it sympathetically. She glanced at Elena. "Your heart not bank account line is already trending. Well done. It was your line. But you sold it." Rebecca's approval was grudging but real. "The car's ready when you are. I suggest you both go home, rest before tonight. Oriole reservations are at 8. Wear the black dress, Ms. Morgan. Mr. Cross, the charcoal suit." They were dismissed. Managed. Scheduled like appointments in Damien's calendar. The ride back to the penthouse was silent. Elena watched Manhattan slide past. The lunch crowds, the traffic, the endless churn of a city that didn't care about her lies or her contracts or the ring burning on her finger. Damien's phone buzzed constantly. He answered some calls, ignored others. His voice clipped and efficient when he spoke. Business as usual, even on the day he announced his engagement. "Victoria called," he said as they pulled into Cross Tower's underground garage. 3 times. "I didn't answer. Will she be at Oriole?" "Probably. She's predictable that way." Damien pocketed his phone. "If she approaches, let me handle it. Don't engage. I'm not afraid of her." "You should be. Victoria doesn't fight fair." The SUV stopped. Damien's driver opened the door, and they stepped into the concrete chill of the garage. "She'll smile and compliment your dress and slip a knife between your ribs before you realize you're bleeding." They took the private elevator up. Inside the mirrored box, Elena caught her reflection. Still perfect, still polished, still playing the part. But her eyes looked tired, and the smile had worn off. "How long do we have to keep this up?" she asked. "The public appearances, the performances. Until the custody hearing. After that we can scale back. Maintain the appearance without the intensity." Damien studied her reflection. "Can you last 6 weeks? I signed a contract for 2 years. I can last 6 weeks. That's not what I asked." The elevator opened onto the penthouse. Sophie's laughter drifted from the living room. She was home from school, playing with her nanny. The sound was bright and uncomplicated, a reminder of why Elena had signed in the first place. "I can last," Elena said. "Whatever it takes." Damien nodded, stepped out of the elevator, and went to his daughter. Elena watched him scoop Sophie up, watched the little girl's face light up, watched the careful way he held her, like she was made of glass, like she might shatter if he loosened his grip even slightly. "Elena!" Sophie spotted her, wriggled down, ran over. "Mrs. Chen said you and Daddy were on TV. Can I see?" "Maybe later, sweetheart." Elena caught Damien's warning glance. They'd agreed to shield Sophie from media coverage until after the wedding. "How was school?" "Good. We learned about butterflies. Did you know they remember being caterpillars? Even after they change, they remember." Sophie grabbed Elena's hand, tugged her toward the living room. "Come see my drawings." Elena let herself be pulled, let Sophie's enthusiasm wash over her, let the performance drop for a moment. The little girl had drawn butterflies in crayon, blue and purple and gold, wings spread wide, flying toward a sun that took up half the page. "They're beautiful," Elena said, and meant it. "This one's you." Sophie pointed to a blue butterfly. "And this one's Daddy. And this one's me. We're a family of butterflies." Elena's throat closed. She felt Damien's presence behind her, solid and warm. His silence heavy with things neither of them could say. "Yes," Elena managed. "We are." Oriole occupied a corner of Midtown that screamed old money. White tablecloths, crystal chandeliers, a wine list thicker than the contract Elena had signed. The maitre d' greeted Damien by name, led them to a corner table with sightlines to the entire restaurant. Strategic positioning. Course. Elena wore the black dress. Dior, Colette had informed her, vintage cut with modern tailoring. It clung in all the right places, made her look expensive and untouchable. Damien's charcoal suit was perfectly pressed. His tie silver gray, his cufflinks platinum. They looked like Manhattan royalty. They looked like a lie. Wine? Damien asked as they settled into their seats. White. Whatever you recommend. He ordered in French, the sommelier nodding with reverence. Around them, the restaurant hummed with muted conversation, the clink of silverware, the quiet music of wealth at leisure. Elena recognized two faces from business magazines, one from a political scandal last year. They're watching, she said quietly. They're always watching. Ignore them. Damien's hand covered hers on the table, warm and possessive. To anyone observing, it looked like affection. Elena knew better. How are you holding up? I'm fine. You're tense. I can feel it. His thumb traced circles on her palm, a gesture that should have been soothing but felt like a test. Relax. We're just having dinner. We're performing having dinner. Same thing in this world. The wine arrived. Damien tasted, approved, waited while the sommelier poured. When they were alone again, he raised his glass. To 6 weeks. To surviving them. Elena clinked her glass against his, sipped. The wine was excellent. Crisp, cold, probably cost more than her weekly grocery budget used to. Past tense. Because that life was gone now. Traded for silk dresses and strategic dinners and a ring that felt like a shackle. They ordered. Elena let Damien choose, too tired to parse the French menu, and settled into the rhythm of performance. He asked about her day, she answered with careful vagaries. She asked about his meetings. He deflected with practiced ease. To anyone watching, they were a couple comfortable in each other's presence, content with small talk and shared silence. Elena was learning to hate silence. Elena Morgan. The voice came from behind, smooth and cold as the wine. Elena turned to find a woman approaching their table. Blonde, mid-30s, beautiful in the way of someone who'd weaponized their appearance. She wore ivory, a color that should have looked innocent but somehow seemed predatory. Victoria Ashford. Victoria. Damien's voice went flat. This is a private dinner. I'm sure it is. I just wanted to meet the woman who's stolen my ex-husband's heart. Victoria's smile was all teeth. She extended a hand to Elena. Victoria Ashford. I'm sure Damien's told you all about me. Elena stood, took the offered hand. Victoria's grip was firm, her skin cold. He's mentioned you. Congratulations on your persistence. Victoria's smile sharpened. Oh, I like her. She has claws. She released Elena's hand, turned to Damien. You always did prefer the fighters. Though I have to wonder, does she know what she's fighting for? Or just what you've told her she's fighting for? That's enough. Damien's voice carried an edge that made nearby diners glance over. Leave. Now. I'm leaving. I just wanted to say hello. And to give your lovely fiancé some advice. Victoria leaned in. Her voice dropping to a whisper meant only for Elena. He'll devour you when he's done. That's what he does. He takes what he needs, uses it up and moves on. Ask his first wife. Oh wait, you can't. She's dead. Elena felt ice slide down her spine. But she kept her expression neutral, her voice steady. Thank you for the warning. I'll keep it in mind. Do. Victoria straightened, her public smile back in place. Enjoy your dinner. I'm sure it's delicious. Damien always had excellent taste. She glanced at Damien, something dark flickering in her eyes. In food, anyway. She left, heels clicking against marble, leaving a wake of whispers and turned heads. Elena sank back into her chair, her hands shaking. Damien's jaw was tight. His knuckles white where he gripped his wine glass. I'm sorry, he said. I should have anticipated. She's right, isn't she? Elena interrupted. About you using people up. That's what this is. A 2-year contract, then I'm discarded. That's not. Damien stopped, seemed to recalibrate. The contract has terms. I honor my contracts. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have. He set down his glass, leaned forward. Victoria is bitter and vindictive. She'll say anything to destabilize you, to create doubt. Don't let her. She said your first wife is dead. Sophie's mother. She died in childbirth. Complications. It was. Damien's voice went rough. It was no one's fault. Just bad luck. But Victoria blames you. Victoria blames me for everything. It's her favorite hobby. He reached across the table, took Elena's hand again. This time, the touch felt less like performance and more like anchor. Listen to me. Victoria will try to get in your head. She'll twist facts, imply things, make you question everything. That's her strategy. Don't give her the satisfaction. Elena studied his face, looking for the lie, the manipulation. Found only exhaustion and something that might have been genuine concern. Why did you really marry her? Lena asked. The truth, not the press release version. Damien was quiet for a long moment. Around them, the restaurant continued its elegant dance. Courses delivered, wine poured, quiet laughter at neighboring tables. Because I was drowning, he said finally. Sophie was too. I was building an empire. And I didn't know how to do both. Victoria seemed like a solution. She was good with Sophie at first, understood the social obligations, knew how to play the game. He paused. I thought marriage could be a partnership without being a relationship. I was wrong. What changed? She wanted more. More access, more control, more of me than I was willing to give. When I refused, she made my life hell. The divorce took 2 years and cost me 20 million in settlements. Damien's expression hardened. She's not fighting for Sophie out of love. She's fighting because her family sees Sophie's trust fund as leverage. They want control of Cross Enterprises through her. That's why you need me. To prove you can provide a stable family. Yes. But also. He stopped, seemed to wrestle with something. Also because Sophie deserves better than Victoria's manipulation. She deserves someone who sees her as a person, not a pawn. Their food arrived. Scallops for Elena, steak for Damien, both plated like art. They ate in silence, the weight of Victoria's visit hanging between them. Elena thought about the terrace, about Damien's confession of fear, about the way he held Sophie like she might break. Thought about the contract in her nightstand drawer and the ring on her finger, and the 2 years stretching ahead like a sentence. I won't let her win, Elena said quietly. Victoria. Whatever she tries, whatever she says, I won't give her ammunition. Damien looked up, something shifting in his expression. Why? Because Sophie deserves better. You said it yourself. Elena set down her fork. And because I signed a contract. I keep my word. Even when it costs you. Especially then. They finished dinner in careful détente, paid the check, and emerged onto the street to find paparazzi waiting. Cameras flashed as Damien's hand found Elena's waist, as he guided her toward the waiting SUV, as he leaned down to murmur something in her ear that looked intimate but was actually just smile. Elena smiled. The photos would be perfect. Back at the penthouse, Elena found Sophie already asleep, her drawings scattered across the coffee table. The butterfly family, still flying toward their crayon sun. She waited up for you, the nanny said. Finally crashed around 9. Elena gathered the drawings carefully, set them on the side table. Damien appeared in the doorway, tie loosened, looking more human than he had all day. Thank you, he said. For tonight. For handling Victoria. I didn't do anything. You didn't break. That's something. He moved into the room, poured 2 glasses of water, handed her one. She'll try again. Probably at the wedding. Let her try. Elena drank, tasted nothing, set the glass down. I'm not afraid of her. You should be. Why? What's the worst she can do? Expose the contract. Elena laughed, bitter. We already told the world it started as gratitude. The truth isn't that far off. The truth is that I coerced you. That I used your father's debt as leverage. That I'm exactly the monster Victoria says I am. Damien's voice went quiet. That's the worst she can do. Make you believe it. Elena looked at him, really looked. Saw the exhaustion in his eyes, the tension in his shoulders, the careful way he held himself apart even now. Are you, she asked, a monster? I don't know anymore. The admission seemed to cost him. I've done monstrous things to build this empire. Used people, destroyed competitors, made choices I can't take back. But Sophie. His voice cracked slightly. She makes me want to be better. And you. He stopped. The silence stretched, heavy with things neither of them could say. And me what? Elena prompted. You make me remember I'm human. That's dangerous. Damien set down his glass, moved toward the hallway. Get some rest. Tomorrow's the park, then the wedding rehearsal. Long day ahead. He left before Elena could respond, his footsteps echoing down the hallway, his door clicking shut with finality. Elena stood in the living room, surrounded by Sophie's drawings and expensive furniture, and the weight of a contract she was starting to regret. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Asterisk, he'll devour you when he's done. V asterisk. Elena deleted it, blocked the number, and went to her sterile bedroom. But sleep wouldn't come. She lay in the too-soft bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about monsters and contracts and the way Damien had looked at her on the terrace, like she was salvation or damnation. He couldn't decide which. At 2 a.m., she heard footsteps in the hallway. Heard them stop outside her door. Heard the quiet sound of someone sitting down, back against the wood. Damien. Keeping watch. Or keeping vigil. Elena closed her eyes and tried not to think about what that meant. Chapter 3. The Fracture. Elena woke to silence and the absence of footsteps outside her door. She checked her phone. 6:30, gray November light filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The penthouse felt different in early morning, less like a showroom and more like a place where people actually lived. She could hear the hum of the coffee maker from the kitchen, the distant sound of traffic 47 floors below. She pulled on the cashmere robe Colette had left, dove gray, softer than anything Elena had ever owned, and padded barefoot into the hallway. The spot where Damien had sat last night was empty, no indication he'd been there at all except for the faint impression in the carpet. The kitchen was empty too, but fresh coffee sat in the carafe, still hot. A note in sharp handwriting rested beside it. Asterisk London. Back Friday. Security briefing at 9. D asterisk. Elena read it twice. Felt something twist in her chest that might have been relief or might have been something more complicated. He'd left without saying goodbye. Without warning. Was gone. She poured coffee, added cream from the Sub-Zero refrigerator that probably cost more than her nursing school tuition, and carried the cup to the terrace. The city sprawled below, already awake and moving. She thought of her old life. The studio apartment, the double shifts, the constant calculation of bills and medications and how to make $20 stretch until Friday. That life felt like it belonged to someone else now. You're up early. Elena turned to find Sophie in the doorway, still in her star-print pajamas, clutching a stuffed rabbit that had seen better days. Her dark curls were sleep-mussed, her eyes still heavy. Couldn't sleep, Elena said. Want some hot chocolate? Sophie's face brightened. Mrs. Chen never lets me have chocolate before breakfast. Mrs. Chen isn't here yet. And it's almost breakfast time anyway. Elena held out her hand. Come on. I'll teach you how to make it the way my dad taught me. They moved into the kitchen together, Sophie climbing onto a stool at the island while Elena gathered supplies. Whole milk, cocoa powder, sugar, a pinch of cinnamon. She heated the milk slowly, let Sophie measure the cocoa, showed her how to whisk it smooth. My daddy's gone again, Sophie said quietly, watching the chocolate swirl. He goes away a lot. He's working. He'll be back Friday. That's what Mrs. Chen says. But sometimes I think. Sophie stopped, bit her lip. Think what, sweetheart? That maybe he doesn't want to be here. With me. The words came out small, scared. That maybe I'm too much trouble. Elena's heart cracked. She set down the whisk, turned to face Sophie fully. Listen to me. Your dad loves you more than anything in the world. He's not leaving because he doesn't want to be here. He's leaving because he's trying to protect you. From what? From Victoria. From lawyers and custody battles and a world that wanted to use a 7-year-old as leverage. But Elena couldn't say that. From bad things, she said instead. Grown-up things. But he's coming back, Sophie. He always comes back. Do you promise? Elena thought of the contract, the custody hearing, the 2 years stretching ahead. Thought of Damien sitting outside her door at 2 a.m., keeping watch. I promise. They finished the hot chocolate together, drank it at the island while the city woke up below. Sophie chattered about school, about her friend Emma who had a new puppy, about the chapter book she was reading where a girl found a magic door in her closet. Do you think magic is real? Sophie asked, chocolate mustache on her upper lip. I think some things feel like magic even when they're not, Elena said, wiping Sophie's face with a napkin. Like hot chocolate at 6 in the morning. Or someone showing up exactly when you need them. Like you. When the car was on fire. Sophie's expression went serious. That felt like magic. Like you were an angel or something. I'm not an angel, Sophie. I'm just a person who was in the right place. Daddy says there's no such thing as coincidence. That everything happens for a reason. Sophie tilted her head, studying Elena with unsettling intensity. So maybe you were supposed to save me. Maybe that's why you're here now. Elena's throat tightened. She thought of her father's debt, the contract, the calculated manipulation that had brought her to this kitchen. Nothing about it was fate or magic or meant to be. But Sophie didn't need to know that. Maybe, Elena said softly. Maybe that's exactly why. The security briefing happened in Damien's study, a room Elena hadn't entered before. Dark wood, leather furniture, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves filled with legal texts and first editions. A massive desk dominated the space, its surface clear except for a laptop and a single photo frame turned away from view. The man waiting for her was built like a boxer. Broad shoulders, scarred knuckles, eyes that catalogued everything. He stood when she entered, didn't offer his hand. Ms. Morgan. I'm James Torres, head of Mr. Cross's security team. His voice was gravel and Brooklyn. We need to talk about your brother. Elena's stomach dropped. Marcus. What about him? Torres pulled out a tablet, brought up a file. Marcus Morgan, age 24. 3 arrests, 2 convictions, petty theft, check fraud. Currently owes $47,000 to the Volkov syndicate. Payment was due yesterday. The room tilted. Elena gripped the edge of Damien's desk. That's not possible. Marcus said he was clean, said he was working. He's working as a runner for an illegal gambling operation in Queens. Has been for 6 months. Torres's expression didn't change. The Volkovs don't accept late payments. Standard protocol is to target family members for leverage. You're saying they'll come after me. I'm saying they already have. We intercepted 2 attempts to access this building's service entrance yesterday. Both men had photos of you on their phones. Torres swiped to security footage. Grainy images of 2 men in dark jackets, one holding what looked like a printout of Elena's driver's license photo. Elena's legs gave out. She sank into Damien's desk chair, the leather cold against her skin. What do they want? Payment? Or collateral? You're engaged to a billionaire now, Ms. Morgan. That makes you valuable. Torres pocketed the tablet. Mr. Cross has already handled it. Handled it how? He paid off the debt. $47,000 plus interest. The Volkovs consider the matter closed. Torres's expression remained neutral. He also had your brother picked up last night. He's currently in a private rehabilitation facility upstate. 30-day program, all expenses covered. Elena couldn't breathe. Damien had done this, paid off Marcus's debt, arranged rehab, made decisions about her family without asking, without even telling her until after the fact. He had no right. He had every right. You're his fiancé. That makes your safety his responsibility. Torres moved toward the door. The facility is called Riverside Recovery. Visiting hours are Saturdays, 2 to 4. I'll arrange transport if you want to see him. Does Marcus know about the marriage, the contract? He knows you're engaged. Nothing else. Torres paused at the door. Mr. Cross was very clear. Your brother doesn't get details. Just enough to keep him from making trouble. After Torres left, Elena sat in Damien's chair, surrounded by his books and his secrets and the faint scent of his cologne. She felt violated, managed, controlled. He'd reached into her life, rearranged it to suit his needs, and expected her to be grateful. She wasn't grateful. She was furious. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Asterisk rehab? Really? Tell your sugar daddy I don't need his charity. M asterisk. Elena stared at the message, rage building. Marcus had no idea about the debt, about the danger, about the fact that Damien had probably saved his life. And now he was complaining about charity like he had any right to pride. She called the number. Marcus answered on the third ring. Well, Mrs. Billionaire herself. His voice was slurred, bitter. Come to check on your investment. Don't. Elena's voice came out sharp. You have no idea what you're talking about. I know you're shacked up with Damien Cross. I know you're wearing designer clothes and living in a penthouse while I'm stuck in some bougie prison. Marcus laughed, ugly. What happened to you, Elena? You used to have principles. My principles didn't pay your gambling debts. My principles didn't keep the Volkovs from coming after me. Elena stood, paced the length of Damien's study. You want to know what happened? You happen. Your debts, your problems, your inability to take responsibility for anything. So you sold yourself. That's your solution. I made a choice. Which is more than you've done in years. Elena's voice cracked. Dad's dying, Marcus. He has maybe 6 months without treatment, maybe 2 years with it. I did what I had to do. Silence on the other end. Then quieter. Dad's dying. Stage 4 pancreatic cancer. He didn't want me to tell you. Didn't want you to feel obligated to show up. Elena sank back into the chair. But yeah, he's dying. And I'm doing everything I can to buy him time. So if that makes me a sellout in your eyes, I can live with that. More silence. Then the line went dead. Elena sat in the quiet, her hands shaking, her anger still hot and sharp. She hated Marcus for his judgment, hated Damien for his interference, hated herself for the way her voice had broken when she said Dad's dying. The photo frame on Damien's desk caught her eye. She hesitated, then reached for it, turned it around. The photo was old, the colors slightly faded. A woman with dark hair and Sophie's eyes held an infant, her smile radiant and exhausted. Damien stood beside her, younger. His expression open in a way Elena had never seen. He looked happy, unguarded, human. Sophie's mother. His first wife. The woman who died bringing Sophie into the world. Elena set the frame back carefully, exactly as she'd found it, and left the study before she could see anything else she wasn't meant to see. The next 3 days passed in a strange suspension. Damien was gone. His presence felt only through terse text messages and the security detail that shadowed Elena whenever she left the penthouse. She spent the time with Sophie, baking cookies that came out lopsided, watching animated movies on the massive TV, reading chapter books before bed. Sophie was easy to love, which made everything harder. She asked questions Elena couldn't answer honestly, made plans for a future that might not exist, talked about Elena like she was permanent instead of temporary. When you and Daddy get married, will you have a baby? Sophie asked one night, curled against Elena's side during story time. I want a little sister. Elena's chest tightened. That's a big question, sweetheart. Emma's mom is having a baby. She says it takes 9 months. That's a long time. Sophie yawned, her eyes already closing. But I could wait. If you wanted to. Let's just focus on the wedding first, okay? Okay. Sophie's breathing evened out, her small body going slack with sleep. Elena stayed until she was sure Sophie was fully under, then carefully extracted herself and returned to her own room. The wedding was tomorrow. City Hall, immediate family only. A 15-minute ceremony that would legally bind her to a man she barely knew. Her phone buzzed. A text from Damien. Asterisk landing at 6 a.m. Car will pick up your father at 9. Ceremony at 11. Wear the cream dress. Asterisk. No, how are you? No, see you soon. Just logistics, instructions, the careful choreography of their arrangement. Elena typed back. Asterisk, we need to talk. About Marcus. About you making decisions without consulting me. Asterisk. The response came immediately. Asterisk agreed. Tonight, after the rehearsal dinner. My study 8 p.m. Asterisk. The rehearsal dinner. Elena had forgotten about that. Rebecca had mentioned it in passing, something small with just family and a few key witnesses. Elena's father, Sophie, Rebecca herself. No one from Damien's side except his lawyer and his head of security. No family. No friends. Just employees and obligations. Elena looked at the ring on her finger, the diamond catching lamplight, and wondered what she'd signed away when she put her name on that contract. Her father arrived at 9:15, transported in a medical van that probably cost more than a month's rent. He looked smaller than Elena remembered, more fragile, the cancer eating him from the inside out. But his eyes were clear, and when he saw her in the penthouse lobby, his smile was real. Elena. His voice was papery, thin. Look at you. She'd worn the cream dress, Valentino, Colette had informed her, vintage lace with modern tailoring. It made her look like a bride, which was the point. Her hair was styled in loose waves, her makeup subtle, her hands shaking as she helped her father from the wheelchair into the waiting car. Dad, She didn't know how to finish. Asterisk, I'm sorry. I'm scared. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. Asterisk. You're saving my life, he said quietly, reading her mind the way he always had. Don't apologize for that. This isn't what you wanted for me. What I wanted was for you to be happy. To have choices. He took her hand, his grip weak but steady. But I'm not going to pretend I don't want to live. I'm not that noble. So if this is the price, if you're willing to pay it, then I'm grateful. Even if I hate myself for it. Elena's eyes burned. I chose this, Dad. No one forced me. Didn't they? But his voice was gentle, not accusing. That man, Cross. He knew exactly what he was doing when he came to my hospital room. He knew you'd do anything to save me. That's not choice, honey. That's coercion dressed up in a contract. Then why let me sign? Because you're an adult. 'Cause it's your life. Because... He stopped, coughed, the sound wet and painful. The nurse traveling with them offered water, which he waved off. Because sometimes there are no good choices. Just less terrible ones. The car pulled up to City Hall, a building Elena had passed 1,000 times but never entered. Photographers waited on the steps. Not paparazzi, but legitimate press, kept at a distance by security. Damien had arrived ahead of them, stood at the top of the steps in a charcoal suit. Sophie beside him in a white dress that made her look like a tiny angel. He descended as Elena's car door opened, offered his hand to help her out. Their eyes met, and something passed between them. Acknowledgement, maybe, of what they were about to do. The point of no return. Mr. Morgan. Damien turned to Elena's father. His voice formal. Thank you for coming. It means a great deal to both of us. Does it? Her father's gaze was sharp despite his frailty. Or does it just look good for the cameras? Dad, Elena started, but Damien raised a hand. Both, he said simply. It looks good and it matters. Those things aren't mutually exclusive. Her father studied him for a long moment, then nodded. You hurt her, Mr. Cross, and dying won't stop me from making you regret it. Understood. Damien's expression didn't change. Shall we? The ceremony was brief, clinical, nothing like the wedding Elena had imagined as a girl. The officiant was a judge Rebecca knew. The witnesses were Torres and Rebecca herself. Sophie stood beside Elena, holding a bouquet of white roses that kept shedding petals on the marble floor. Do you, Damien Cross, take Elena Morgan to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do. His voice was steady, certain, empty of emotion. And do you, Elena Morgan, take Damien Cross to be your lawfully wedded husband? Elena looked at Sophie, at her father in his wheelchair, at Damien's carefully blank expression. Thought of the contract, the 2 years, the price of her father's life. I do. The judge pronounced them married. Damien leaned in, kissed her. Brief, chaste, a brush of lips that felt more like a signature than affection. The small audience clapped politely. Sophie threw rose petals. Cameras flashed from the designated press area. And just like that, Elena Morgan became Elena Cross. The rehearsal dinner was held at a private room in Le Bernardin, all white tablecloths and hushed elegance. Elena sat beside Damien, her father across from them, Sophie chattering about the ceremony to anyone who would listen. Rebecca made polite conversation. Torres ate in silence, his eyes constantly scanning the room. It felt like a funeral, not a celebration. Halfway through the main course, Elena's phone buzzed. A text from Marcus. Asterisk saw the photos. You look beautiful. I'm sorry for what I said. M asterisk. She stared at the message, felt something loosen in her chest. Not forgiveness exactly, but maybe the beginning of it. Another buzz. This time from an unknown number. Asterisk, congratulations on your marriage. I'm sure it will last exactly as long as the contract specifies. V asterisk. Victoria. Course. Elena deleted the message, set her phone face down on the table. Damien glanced over, caught the tension in her shoulders. Everything all right? His voice was low, meant only for her. Fine. Just Victoria being Victoria. His jaw tightened. I'll have Rebecca send a cease and desist. It won't stop her. No. But it will document the harassment. For the custody hearing. Damien's hand found hers under the table, squeezed once. The gesture was brief, almost impersonal, but Elena felt the warmth of it long after he let go. Dinner ended. Her father was transported back to the hospital, exhausted but smiling. Sophie went home with her nanny. Rebecca and Torres departed with polite congratulations and knowing looks. And then it was just Elena and Damien, standing in the penthouse living room, the city glittering beyond the windows, the weight of their marriage license sitting in Rebecca's briefcase like evidence of a crime. My study, Damien said. We need to talk. Elena followed him down the hallway, her heels clicking against marble, her dress rustling with each step. The study looked the same. Dark wood, leather, the photo of Sophie's mother still face down on the desk. Damien poured 2 whiskeys, handed her one. You're angry about Marcus. You had no right to interfere. I had every right. His debt put you in danger. Damien's voice was flat, factual. The Volkovs don't negotiate. They collect. And you became collateral the moment you signed that contract. So you paid them off. Shipped Marcus to rehab. Made decisions about my family without asking me. Elena set down the untouched whiskey. You don't own me, Damien. Don't I? He moved closer, each step measured. You signed a contract. You took my name. You're living in my home, wearing clothes I paid for, protected by security I hired. What part of that suggests you're not mine? Elena's temper flared. The part where I'm a human being with agency and autonomy. The part where this is supposed to be a partnership, not ownership. Partnership implies equality. We're not equal, Elena. I have the power, the resources, the control. You have. He stopped, seemed to recalibrate. You have what I'm willing to give you. Then give me a choice. Give me the courtesy of asking before you rearrange my life. Elena's voice rose. I'm not Sophie. I'm not someone you can just manage and expect gratitude. No, you're someone I'm protecting. Whether you want it or not. Damien backed her against the desk, close enough that she could feel his breath, smell the whiskey and cedar. You don't understand the world you're in now. The threats, the dangers, the people who would use you to get to me. I'm not managing you. I'm keeping you alive. By controlling every aspect of my existence. By making sure you survive the next 2 years. His hand came up, cupped her jaw, forced her to meet his eyes. I own every second you're in this house, Elena. That's the contract. That's what you agreed to. The words were meant to intimidate, to remind her of her place. Instead, they ignited something hot and reckless in Elena's chest. She slapped him. The sound cracked through the study like a gunshot. Damien's head snapped to the side, a red mark blooming on his cheek. For 3 seconds, neither of them moved. Then Damien caught her wrist, held it between them. His grip firm but not painful. His eyes had gone dark, dangerous, something raw flickering behind the control. Don't, he said quietly. Do that again. Or what? You'll void the contract. Send me back to Brooklyn. Elena's voice shook, but she held his gaze. I'm not afraid of you, Damien. And I'm not going to be managed like one of your assets. You should be afraid. His thumb pressed against her pulse point, feeling the rapid beat. You should be terrified. 'Cause I could destroy you with a phone call. Could take away your father's treatment, could have your brother arrested, could make your life hell. But you won't. How do you know? Because you need me. 'Cause Sophie likes me. Because somewhere under all this control and calculation, you're still human enough to care about something other than winning. Elena pulled her wrist free, stepped back. You're not the monster you pretend to be. You're just scared. Damien's expression shuttered. He turned away, moved to the windows, his shoulders rigid. Get out. Damien. Get out. His voice was ice. Before I say something we'll both regret. Elena left, her hand still tingling from the slap, her heart racing. She made it to her bedroom before her legs gave out, before the shaking started, before the reality of what she'd done crashed over her. She'd hit him, challenged him, called him scared, and he'd let her walk away. Elena didn't see Damien for 3 days. He was in the penthouse. She heard him sometimes late at night moving through the common areas. Heard his voice on phone calls, sharp and commanding. Heard his door close, the lock engage, the silence that followed. But he didn't seek her out. Didn't join her and Sophie for meals. Didn't appear for the morning coffee ritual that had started to feel almost normal. He was avoiding her. Or punishing her. Maybe both. Sophie noticed. Is Daddy mad at me? She asked on the 3rd morning, stirring her hot chocolate with unusual seriousness. No, sweetheart. He's just busy with work. He's always busy with work. Sophie's voice was small. But he's never this busy. Did I do something wrong? You didn't do anything wrong. I promise. Elena smoothed Sophie's hair, felt the weight of the lie. Sometimes grown-ups need space. It doesn't mean anything's wrong. But something was wrong. The penthouse felt different now. Tense, charged like the air before a storm. Elena moved through it carefully, aware of the security cameras, the staff who reported to Damien, the invisible boundaries she'd crossed. On the 4th morning, she found him in the kitchen at dawn, still in yesterday's clothes, shadows under his eyes. He looked exhausted. Undone. You haven't been sleeping, Elena said. Damien didn't turn from the coffee maker. Neither have you. I can hear you pacing at 2 a.m. You're listening. I'm aware. There's a difference. He poured coffee, didn't offer her any. The custody hearing is in 2 weeks. Victoria's lawyers have requested depositions from both of us. Rebecca will prep you starting Monday. Okay. Sophie's school is having a parent-teacher conference Thursday. You'll need to attend. With me. As a united front. His voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Can you manage that? I can manage. Elena moved closer, close enough to see the coffee stain on his collar, the slight tremor in his hands. Damien, about the other night. Don't. He finally looked at her, and the emptiness in his eyes made her chest tighten. Don't apologize. Don't explain. Just don't. I wasn't going to apologize. I was going to say you were right. Elena held his gaze. About the threats, the danger, the things I don't understand. You were right. But you were also wrong. About ownership. About control. About what I agreed to. The contract is clear. The contract is words on paper. This, she gestured between them. This is more complicated than words. And if we're going to survive 2 years, you need to stop treating me like property and start treating me like a person. Damien was quiet for a long moment. Then softly. I don't know how. The admission cracked something open between them. Elena saw past the control, past the careful distance, to the man underneath. The one who'd lost his wife in childbirth, who'd married wrong the second time, who was so terrified of failing his daughter that he turned himself into a fortress. Then learn, Elena said. We'll both learn. Together. And if I can't, then we'll fail. But at least we'll fail honestly. She reached out, touched his arm lightly. I'm not asking you to love me, Damien. I'm just asking you to see me. His hand covered hers, warm and solid. For a moment they stood in the early morning quiet, the city waking beyond the windows, something fragile and new building in the space between them. Then Sophie's voice rang out from down the hall. Elena, are you making hot chocolate? And the moment shattered. Damien pulled back, his expression shuttering again. But before he turned away, Elena caught something in his eyes. Not warmth exactly, but maybe the beginning of it. Thursday, he said. The parent-teacher conference. We'll go together. Together, Elena agreed. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't trust. But it was something. And for now that was enough. Chapter 4. The inspection. Dr. Brennan arrived at precisely 2 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon, carrying a leather portfolio and an expression that gave away nothing. Elena watched from the living room window as the court-appointed psychologist emerged from a black sedan. Her gray suit crisped despite the November wind. She was younger than Elena expected. Mid-40s, dark hair pulled back severely, the kind of face that had learned to reveal nothing. She's here. Elena's voice came out steadier than she felt. Damien appeared beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. He'd been different since their kitchen conversation 3 days ago. Not warm exactly, but present. He'd joined them for breakfast twice, had sat with Sophie during her homework, had asked Elena's opinion on things that didn't require her opinion. Small shift. Careful ones. Remember, he said quietly. We're in love. We're building a family. Everything we do is for Sophie. I know the script. This isn't a script. It's... He stopped, seemed to search for words. It's what needs to be true. Before Elena could parse that, the doorbell chimed. Torres appeared from wherever he'd been lurking, opened the door with military precision. Dr. Brennan. Welcome. Damien's voice shifted into something smooth, professional, the billionaire mask sliding into place. Thank you for coming to our home. Mr. Cross. Mrs. Cross. Dr. Brennan's handshake was firm, her eyes sharp as they catalogued everything. The penthouse's minimalist elegance, the family photos Rebecca had strategically placed last week, the child's drawing on the refrigerator. I appreciate you accommodating my schedule. Of course. Anything to facilitate the process. Damien's hand found Elena's back, warm and possessive. Can I offer you coffee? Tea? Water would be fine. They settled in the living room, Dr. Brennan in the leather armchair, Elena and Damien on the sofa with carefully calibrated distance between them. Not too close, not too far. The performance required precision. Dr. Brennan pulled out a tablet, stylus poised. I'll be direct. The court has concerns about the timeline of your relationship. 3 weeks from meeting to engagement, married within a month. That raises questions about stability and motivation. I understand the concern, Damien said. But when you've lived through what we have, Elena saving Sophie's life, nearly dying herself in the process, it changes your perspective. Time becomes less relevant than certainty. And you were certain. After 3 weeks. I was certain, Elena said, surprising herself with the steadiness in her voice, that Sophie needed stability. That Damien was drowning trying to be both father and mother. That I could help. She glanced at Damien, found him already watching her. The romantic feelings came later. But the commitment, the decision to be present for Sophie, that was immediate. Dr. Brennan made a note. Tell me about your sleeping arrangements. The question landed like a stone. Elena felt Damien tense beside her. We have separate bedrooms, he said carefully. Elena's adjusting to a new environment, and I work late hours. We felt it was more practical. For now, Elena interrupted. Damien's gaze snapped to her, something sharp in his eyes. He pressed on. We're taking things slowly. Building a foundation. The physical intimacy will come when we're both ready. It was a gamble, admitting to separate rooms but framing it as choice rather than contract. Dr. Brennan's expression didn't change, but she made another note. And how do you resolve conflict? Silence stretched. Elena thought of the slap, the 3 days of avoidance, the careful distance they'd maintained since. We talk, Damien said finally. Not always well. Not always immediately. But we talk. Can you give me an example? Elena and Damien exchanged glances. Some wordless negotiation passed between them. How much truth, how much performance, where the line between the two had started to blur. Last week, Elena said, Damien made a decision about my brother without consulting me. Paid off his debts, arranged rehab. I was furious. And how did you handle that fury? Poorly. Elena's voice was dry. I confronted him. We fought. I said things I shouldn't have. He said things he shouldn't have. Then we didn't speak for 3 days. Dr. Brennan's stylus paused. And the resolution? We talked, Damien said. Early morning in the kitchen. Elena told me I was treating her like property instead of a partner. She was right. And you accepted that criticism. Eventually. Something that might have been humor flickered in his expression. After I stopped being defensive and started listening. Dr. Brennan studied them both. Her gaze moving between their faces like she was reading a text written in subtext. Mrs. Cross, what do you love about your husband? The question Elena had been dreading. She thought of the press conference, the rehearsed answer about courage and fear. But Dr. Brennan would see through performance. This required something else. Truth maybe. Or the closest thing to it. He remembers, Elena said quietly. How I take my coffee, cream, no sugar. That I hate mornings. That my father's favorite book is East of Eden. She paused, felt Damien's attention on her like a physical weight. He notices things. Small things. And he acts on them without making it a production. That kind of attention, it's rare. And you, Mr. Cross? What do you love about your wife? Damien was quiet for so long Elena thought he might not answer. Then, she doesn't want anything from me except honesty. In my world that's... He stopped, started again. Elena sees Sophie as a person, not a pawn. She sees me as a man, not a bank account. She calls me on my bullshit and doesn't apologize for it. His voice dropped. That kind of clarity, it's terrifying. And necessary. The words hung in the air between them. Elena felt something shift in her chest. Something dangerous and complicated. Dr. Brennan made notes, her expression still neutral. I'd like to speak with Sophie now. Alone, if that's acceptable. Of course. Damien stood, offered his hand to Elena. She's in her room. I'll get her. He left, and Elena was alone with Dr. Brennan's assessing gaze. You care about him, Dr. Brennan said. Not a question. Elena stopped, unsure how to answer. It's complicated. Most real relationships are. Dr. Brennan set down her tablet. Mrs. Cross, I'm not here to judge the speed of your marriage or the unconventional circumstances. I'm here to assess whether Sophie is in a stable, loving environment. So I'll ask you directly. Is this real? Or is this a performance for the court? Elena thought of Sophie's hot chocolate, of Damien sitting outside her door at 2 a.m., of the way they'd learned to orbit each other in this strange new gravity. It started as a performance, she said quietly. But it's becoming something else. I don't know what yet. But it's real enough that it scares me. Dr. Brennan nodded slowly. That's the first fully honest thing you've said today. Before Elena could respond, Sophie appeared in the doorway, Damien behind her. The little girl looked nervous, her stuffed rabbit clutched tight. Hi, sweetheart. Dr. Brennan's voice gentled. I'm Dr. Brennan. I just want to talk to you for a little bit, okay? Your dad and Elena will be right outside. Sophie glanced back at Damien, then at Elena. Will you stay close? Right outside the door, Elena promised. The whole time. They retreated to the hallway. Elena, Damien, and Torres, who'd materialized from wherever security personnel materialized from. Through the door, they could hear Dr. Brennan's gentle questions, Sophie's higher voice responding. She'll be fine, Damien said, but his hands were clenched at his sides. She will, Elena agreed. She reached out, took one of his hands, felt the tension in his fingers. She's smart. She'll tell the truth. That's what I'm afraid of. But he didn't pull his hand away. They stood in the hallway for 20 minutes, hands linked, listening to Sophie's muffled voice. Elena thought about Dr. Brennan's question. Is this real? And realized she didn't know the answer anymore. Finally, the door opened. Sophie emerged first, looking relieved, and launched herself at Elena's legs. I told her about the hot chocolate, and the butterflies, and how you sing when you think no one's listening. Elena's throat tightened. What did you tell her about the singing? That it makes me feel safe. Like my real mom is watching over me. Sophie looked up, her expression serious. Dr. Brennan asked if I was happy. Said yes. Is that okay? That's perfect, sweetheart. Damien scooped her up, held her close. You did great. Dr. Brennan appeared in the doorway, her portfolio tucked under her arm. Thank you all for your time. I'll submit my report to the court by Friday. And your assessment. Damien's voice was carefully neutral. That's for the court. But something in Dr. Brennan's expression softened slightly. I will say, Sophie is a remarkably well-adjusted child given everything she's been through. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. After she left, after Sophie had been distracted with a movie and Torres had disappeared back into the shadows, Elena found Damien on the terrace. The sun was setting, painting the city in shades of amber and rose. We did it, she said. We survived it. Damien didn't turn from the view. There's a difference. Elena moved to stand beside him, close enough that their arms brushed. What you said in there. About me not wanting anything from you except honesty. Did you mean that? Every word. He finally looked at her, and the expression in his eyes made her breath catch. You terrify me, Elena. Because you make me want things I can't have. Like what? Like this being real. Like you staying past the 2 years. Like... He stopped, seemed to wrestle with something. Like being the man you described. The one who notices things. Who cares about more than winning? Elena's pulse kicked up. They were standing too close, the space between them charged with something she didn't want to name. You are that man. You just don't want to admit it. Because admitting it makes me vulnerable. And vulnerability gets you killed in my world. Or it gets you connection. Elena reached up, touched his face lightly. Maybe that's worth the risk. Damien's hand covered hers, held it against his cheek. The touch was warm, solid, real in a way that made Elena's chest ache. For a moment they stood frozen, the city glowing below, the November air cold against their skin, something fragile and dangerous building between them. Then Damien's phone buzzed. He pulled back, checked the screen, and his expression shuttered. Victoria's lawyer just filed an emergency motion. They're demanding you testify under oath about the circumstances of our marriage. He pocketed the phone, his voice going flat. The deposition is Friday. They're going to try to break you. Elena thought of the contract in her nightstand drawer, of the debt and the coercion and all the truths she couldn't tell under oath without destroying everything. Let them try, she said. I can handle Victoria's lawyers. Can you? Damien studied her face. Because they're not going to ask about hot chocolate and butterflies. They're going to ask about money, about timing, about whether I coerced you. And I'll tell them the truth, that I made a choice, that I'm here because I want to be. Elena held his gaze. That's not a lie anymore, Damien. Somewhere along the way, it stopped being a lie. Something shifted in his expression. Surprise, maybe, or fear, or something more complicated. He opened his mouth, closed it, seemed to struggle with words. Elena. Daddy. Elena. Sophie's voice rang out from inside. The movie's at the good part. Come watch. The moment shattered. Damien stepped back, the distance between them suddenly vast. We should go in, he said. Yeah, we should. But neither of them moved. They stood on the terrace as the city lights blinked on below, as the temperature dropped and the wind picked up, as the space between them hummed with all the things they couldn't say. Finally, Damien extended his hand. Together. Elena took it, felt the warmth of his palm against hers, the calluses she'd noticed that first day in the SUV. Together. They went inside to watch the movie with Sophie, to play at being a family, to perform the roles they'd signed contracts for. But Elena's hand stayed in Damien's, and his thumb traced absent circles on her palm, and somewhere in the careful choreography of their arrangement, something real had started to take root. Dr. Brennan's question echoed in Elena's mind. Is this real? The answer was becoming clearer with every passing day. And that terrified her more than any deposition ever could. That night, after Sophie was asleep and the penthouse had gone quiet, Elena couldn't settle. She paced her room, replaying the day. Dr. Brennan's questions, Damien's answers, the way his hand had felt against her cheek. You make me want things I can't have. What did that mean? What did any of this mean? At midnight, she gave up on sleep and ventured into the common areas. The kitchen was dark, but light spilled from under Damien's study door. She hesitated, then knocked. Come in. He was at his desk, still in his dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up, papers scattered across the surface. He looked exhausted, shadows under his eyes. His hair mussed like he'd been running his hands through it. Can't sleep, he asked. Apparently it's contagious. Elena moved into the room, drawn by something she couldn't name. What are you working on? Preparing for Friday. Rebecca sent over potential questions, worst-case scenarios. He gestured to the papers. They're going to come at you hard, Elena. Try to paint you as a gold digger, imply coercion, suggest the marriage is a sham. It is a sham, legally speaking. But it doesn't feel like one anymore. Does it? Damien's voice was quiet, dangerous. That's the problem. We were supposed to keep this clinical, separate, safe. And instead I find myself sitting outside your door at 2 a.m. because I can't sleep unless I know you're safe. Instead, I notice that you take your coffee with cream and no sugar, that you hum when you're nervous, that you touch your father's ring when you're scared. He stood, moved around the desk toward her. Instead, I care. And caring is the one thing this contract didn't account for. Elena's breath caught. Damien, don't. He stopped in front of her, close enough that she could feel his heat. Don't tell me it's fine. Don't tell me it's part of the arrangement. 'Cause it's not. This. He gestured between them. This is dangerous. This is the thing that could destroy everything we've built. Or it's the thing that makes it real. Elena's voice came out steady despite the way her heart was racing. You said it yourself, Sophie needs stability. Maybe she needs us to be real too. And after 2 years. When the contract ends and you're free to leave. His hand came up, cupped her face the way it had on the terrace. What happens then, Elena? Do you walk away? Do we pretend this never happened? I don't know. She leaned into his touch, felt the warmth of his palm, the slight tremor in his fingers. But I know I'm tired of pretending, of performing, of keeping distance because a contract says we should. The distance is what keeps us safe. Safe from what? From feeling something. From being human. Elena's hand covered his, held it against her cheek. I'd rather risk the hurt than live in this careful, controlled nothing. Damien's eyes went dark, something raw and hungry flickering behind the control. You don't know what you're asking. Then show me. For 3 seconds, neither of them moved. Then Damien leaned in, his forehead resting against hers. His breath warm against her lips. I can't. Not like this. Not when you're still bound by a contract. Not when the power dynamic is so. Damien. Elena's hands found his chest, felt his heartbeat rapid and strong beneath her palms. I'm choosing this. Right now, in this moment, I'm choosing you. No contract. No coercion. Just this. His control cracked. She felt it in the way his hands tightened on her face, in the way his breath hitched, in the way he looked at her like she was salvation and damnation wrapped in one terrifying package. But he didn't kiss her. Instead, he pulled back, put careful distance between them, his hands dropping to his sides. Not like this, he said again, his voice rough. Not when you're grieving your father. Not when the custody battle is hanging over us. Not when you might wake up tomorrow and regret it. He moved back to his desk, braced his hands on the edge. Ask me again after the hearing. After the pressure's off. After you've had time to think clearly. I am thinking clearly. No, you're thinking emotionally. There's a difference. He looked up, and the expression on his face was pure anguish. I won't take advantage of you, Elena. Even if you're offering. Even if I want to. That's not who I want to be. Not with you. The words hit her like a physical blow. Not because they hurt, but because they revealed something she hadn't expected. Underneath the control and the calculation, Damien Cross was trying to be good. Trying to do right by her, even when it cost him. Okay, Elena said quietly. After the hearing. After the pressure's off. I'll ask again. And if I say no, then I'll respect that. But I don't think you will. She moved toward the door, paused at the threshold. For what it's worth, this right now, this restraint. This is the man I described to Dr. Brennan. The one who cares more than he wants to admit. She left before he could respond, her heart pounding, her skin still warm where he'd touched her. Back in her room, she pressed her fingers to her lips. Imagined what his kiss might have felt like if he'd let himself take it. But he hadn't. He'd chosen restraint over desire, her well-being over his wants. And somehow that made her want him more. Friday arrived too quickly. Elena dressed in the navy suit Colette had left. Conservative, professional, the armor of someone who had nothing to hide. Rebecca had drilled her for 3 days, running through every possible question, every trap Victoria's lawyers might set. They'll try to rattle you, Rebecca had said. Imply things, twist your words, make you defensive. They come. Answer only what's asked. Don't elaborate. Now, sitting in the glass conference room on the 45th floor of Victoria's lawyers' building, Elena felt anything but calm. Across the table sat 3 attorneys, 2 men in expensive suits, 1 woman with a smile like a scalpel. Victoria sat at the end, perfectly composed in cream silk, watching Elena with cold satisfaction. The court reporter positioned her machine. Rebecca sat beside Elena, a silent sentinel. Damien wasn't allowed in the room. Conflict of interest, the lawyers had said. But Elena could feel his presence somewhere in the building, waiting. Ms. Morgan, excuse me, Mrs. Cross. The lead attorney's smile didn't reach his eyes. Let's begin. When did you first meet Damien Cross? October 15th. The night of Sophie's accident. And you pulled her from a burning vehicle, is that correct? Yes. Heroic. The word dripped with something that wasn't quite sarcasm. And Mr. Cross appeared shortly after. Within minutes. With security. Did he offer you money that night? Elena hesitated. This was the first trap. Admit he offered money and it looked transactional. Deny it, and they'd produce witnesses who heard the conversation. He offered to cover my medical expenses. I refused. Why refuse? Because I didn't save Sophie for money. I saved her because she was a child in danger. The attorney made a note. Noble. And yet, less than 2 weeks later, you agreed to marry Mr. Cross. Quite a change of heart. I fell in love with him. And with Sophie. The lie came easier now, worn smooth by repetition. In 2 weeks. When you know, you know. Elena kept her voice steady, remembered Rebecca's coaching. The circumstances were unusual, but the feelings were real. Let's talk about those circumstances. The female attorney leaned forward. Your father is terminally ill, is he not? Elena's chest tightened. Yes. Expensive illness. Pancreatic cancer, stage 4. Treatment costs what? 700,000. 800,000. I don't see how that's relevant. It's relevant because 2 days before you agreed to marry Mr. Cross, your father's medical debt was transferred to a collection agency. Correct. Yes. Elena felt the trap closing. And that debt was acquired by a subsidiary of Cross Enterprises. Correct. I didn't know that at the time. But you know it now. The attorney's smile sharpened. So let me ask directly, Mrs. Cross. Did Damien Cross offer to forgive your father's medical debt in exchange for marriage? The room went silent. Elena felt Victoria's gaze on her, felt the court reporter's fingers poised above the keys, felt Rebecca's warning presence beside her. Tell the truth and destroy the custody case. Lie under oath and risk perjury. He offered to help my father, Elena said carefully. As part of our partnership. Partnership. Interesting word choice. The attorney pulled out a document. Is this your signature? Elena's stomach dropped. It was the contract. 47 pages of carefully worded coercion. They had it. Somehow they had it. Where did you get that? Rebecca's voice cut sharp. That's not relevant. Mrs. Cross, is this your signature? Elena looked at Rebecca, who gave the slightest shake of her head. Don't answer. Invoke privilege. Oh. But Elena was tired of stalling. Tired of lies and performances and careful distance. Yes, she said. That's my signature. And this document, it outlines a 2-year marriage contract, does it not? With specific terms regarding public appearances, living arrangements, and compensation upon completion. It outlines an agreement, yes. An agreement. Not a marriage. Not a partnership. A business transaction. The attorney leaned back satisfied. So let me ask again, Mrs. Cross. Did you marry Damien Cross for love? Or for money? Elena thought of Sophie's hot chocolate, of Damien's hand against her cheek, of the way he'd chosen restraint over desire in his study. Thought of Dr. Brennan's question. Asterisk, is this real? Asterisk. I married him for both, she said quietly. I needed help. He needed stability. That's how it started. But it's not how it stayed. She looked directly at Victoria, held her gaze. Yes, there's a contract. Yes, there are terms. But somewhere in the performance, something real happened. Care about Sophie. Care about Damien. And no contract can fake that. How convenient. Victoria's voice dripped venom. A gold digger with a heart of gold. Mrs. Ashford, the lead attorney warned. No, let her speak. Elena turned to face Victoria fully. You want to paint me as a gold digger? Fine. I needed money to save my father's life. I made a deal. But you're fighting for custody of a little girl you barely know because your family wants access to her trust fund. So which one of us is really in this for the money? Victoria's composure cracked. How dare you? I dare because I've spent the last month with Sophie. I know her favorite color is purple, that she's scared of thunderstorms, that she still has nightmares about the fire. I know she draws butterflies when she's happy and hides when she's sad. Can you say the same? Do you even know your stepdaughter, Victoria? Or is she just a pawn in whatever game you're playing? The room erupted. Victoria's lawyers objected. Rebecca called for a recess. The court reporter's fingers flew. But Elena kept her gaze locked on Victoria, watched the other woman's mask slip, saw the cold calculation beneath. We're done here. The lead attorney stood, gathering papers. Mrs. Cross, thank you for your testimony. The court will receive a full transcript. Elena stood on shaking legs. Let Rebecca guide her from the room. In the hallway, Damien waited, his expression unreadable. You told them about the contract, he said. They already had it. Someone leaked it. Elena's voice was steadier than she felt. I just owned it. Gave them the truth. The truth could destroy the custody case. Or it could save it. Elena met his gaze. Dr. Brennan asked if this was real. I told her it was becoming something. Today I made that official. No more performances. No more careful distance. Just truth. Damien stared at her for a long moment. Then, without warning, he pulled her against him, his arms wrapping tight around her shoulders. The embrace was fierce, almost desperate, nothing like the careful touches they'd choreographed for cameras. You're terrifying, he murmured against her hair. Absolutely terrifying. Elena's arms came up, circled his waist, held on. Is that a compliment? It's a fact. He pulled back just enough to see her face, his hands framing her jaw. You just torpedoed your own safety to defend my daughter. To defend us. Why? Because it's true. Because I'm tired of lying. Elena's hands found his chest, felt his heartbeat rapid beneath her palms. Because somewhere in this mess I started to care. And I'm done pretending I don't. Something shifted in Damien's expression, the last wall crumbling, the control finally breaking. The hearing's in 1 week. After that the pressure's off. You said to ask you again. I did. I'm asking now. His voice dropped rough and raw. After the hearing. After we know Sophie's safe. After the dust settles. Will you stay? Not because of the contract. Not because you have to. But because you want to. Elena's breath caught. This was the question beneath all the others. The one they'd been dancing around since that first night on the terrace. Ask me in a week, she said softly. After the hearing. After we know what we're dealing with. Ask me then, and I'll give you an answer. And if the answer is no, then I'll honor the contract. 2 years. But it won't be the same. She touched his face, felt the slight stubble, the warmth of his skin. Because this, whatever this is, it's already changed everything. Damien's forehead dropped to rest against hers, his eyes closing. I'm not good at this. Feeling things. At letting people in. I know. But I'm trying. For Sophie. For. He stopped, seemed to struggle. For you. I know that too. Elena's thumb traced his cheekbone. That's why I'm still here. They stood in the hallway, holding each other, while Victoria's lawyers filed past with knowing looks, and Rebecca checked her phone with studied disinterest. The performance was over. The truth was out. And whatever happened next would be real. Terrifying and complicated and real. 1 week, Damien said finally. Then we figure out what this is. 1 week, Elena agreed. They pulled apart, but his hand found hers, laced their fingers together. They walked to the elevator like that, connected, uncertain but no longer pretending. And for the first time since she'd signed that contract, Elena felt like she could breathe. The custody hearing was in 7 days. After that, everything would change. She just didn't know yet if it would change for better or worse. Chapter 5. The Deposition. The transcript arrived at 6 a.m. on Saturday, delivered by courier in a manila envelope that felt too thin to contain the destruction of everything Elena had built. She stood in the kitchen, still in her robe, the pages spread across the marble island like evidence at a crime scene. Rebecca had warned her it would be bad, that Victoria's lawyers would frame every word to maximum damage, but seeing it in black and white made Elena's stomach turn. Q. Did Damien Cross offer to forgive your father's medical debt in exchange for marriage? A. He offered to help my father as part of our partnership. Q. Partnership. Is that what you call a contract with specific financial compensation? I call it complicated. The words looked worse on paper. Clinical. Evasive. Exactly the kind of testimony that would make a judge question everything. It's not as bad as you think. Elena jumped, spun to find Damien in the doorway. He was dressed for a run, track pants, a fitted shirt that emphasized his shoulders, his hair still damp from a shower. She hadn't heard him approach. It's worse than I think, Elena said, gesturing to the pages. I sound like I'm hiding something. You are hiding something. We both are. Damien moved into the kitchen, poured himself water from the tap. But you also told the truth. That matters. Does it? Victoria's lawyers are going to use this to paint me as a gold digger who manipulated you into marriage. Let them try. Damien's voice was flat, certain. Rebecca's already preparing our counter-argument. You were honest about the contract's existence, but you also made it clear that feelings developed. That's not manipulation, that's human. Elena wanted to believe him. But the transcript sat between them like an accusation, every word a reminder of how fragile their foundation was. Sophie asked me this morning if we were going to get divorced, she said quietly. She heard Victoria's name on the news, saw something about the deposition online. She's 7 years old and she's already bracing for another loss. Damien's expression darkened. What did you tell her? That we're not going anywhere. That she's safe. Elena's voice cracked. I don't know if that's true, Damien. I don't know what happens if the judge rules against us. Then we make sure that doesn't happen. He set down his water glass with deliberate care. The custody hearing is Wednesday. 5 days. Rebecca has character witnesses lined up. Sophie's teachers, her therapist, Dr. Brennan's preliminary assessment. We're not going into this defenseless. But we're going in exposed. They have the contract. They have my testimony. They have. Elena stopped, a new fear crystallizing. They have leverage. What if they threaten to go public? To leak the contract to the press? They won't. How do you know? Because I know Victoria. Damien's jaw tightened. She wants to win in court, not in the media. Public sympathy would swing toward Sophie, toward us. Victoria's too smart to risk that. Elena studied his face, looking for the certainty she needed. Found only exhaustion and something that looked like fear beneath the control. You're worried, she said. I'm terrified. The admission came quiet. I've built empires, destroyed competitors, survived things that should have broken me. But this, Sophie's future, your reputation, everything we've. He stopped, seemed to recalibrate. I can't lose her, Elena. I won't survive it. The rawness in his voice cracked something in Elena's chest. She moved around the island, closed the distance between them, took his hands in hers. His fingers were cold despite the warm kitchen, trembling slightly. You won't lose her, Elena said. We won't let that happen. You don't know that. No. But I know we're going to fight like hell. And I know Sophie has 2 people who love her standing between her and Victoria. Elena squeezed his hands. That has to count for something. Damien looked down at their joined hands, his thumb tracing circles on her palm, the gesture he'd made in the car that first day, the one that had become habit. When this started, you were supposed to be a solution. Chess piece. A way to win. And now you're the person I trust most in the world. And that's... His voice roughened. That's more terrifying than any custody battle. Before Elena could respond, footsteps pounded down the hallway. Sophie appeared in the kitchen doorway, still in her pajamas, her stuffed rabbit trailing from one hand. "Are you guys fighting?" Her voice was small, scared. "I heard talking and it sounded serious." "Not fighting, sweetheart." Elena released Damien's hands, crouched to Sophie's level. "Just talking about grown-up stuff. Boring stuff. About the court thing. About Victoria." Sophie's lower lip trembled. "Emma's mom said Victoria wants to take me away. Is that true?" Damien moved to kneel beside Elena, his hand finding Sophie's shoulder. "No one is taking you anywhere. You're staying right here with me and Elena. I promise." "But what if the judge says I have to go with Victoria? What if..." Sophie's voice broke into a sob. "I don't want to leave. I don't want another new family." Elena pulled Sophie into her arms, felt the little girl's tears soak through her robe. Over Sophie's head, she met Damien's eyes, saw her own helplessness reflected back. "Listen to me," Elena said softly, smoothing Sophie's curls. "Your dad and I are going to do everything we can to make sure you stay here. And even if things get scary, even if the grown-ups have to go talk to judges and lawyers, you're going to be okay. 'Cause we love you. And that doesn't change, no matter what happens in court. Do you promise?" Sophie pulled back, her face blotchy and wet. "Do you promise you won't leave like everyone else?" The question hit Elena like a physical blow. She thought of the contract, of the 2-year term, of all the ways this could end badly. But looking at Sophie's desperate face, she couldn't hedge. "I promise," Elena said. "I'm not going anywhere." 'Twas a lie. Or maybe it wasn't. She didn't know anymore where the performance ended and the truth began. Sophie threw her arms around Elena's neck, holding tight. Over the little girl's shoulder, Elena saw Damien's expression. Gratitude and fear and something deeper. Something that looked like the beginning of hope. The rest of the weekend passed in careful suspension. Damien worked from his study, preparing for the hearing. Elena spent the time with Sophie, baking cookies that burned on the edges, watching movies, reading chapter books about girls who found magic in ordinary places. Sunday afternoon, Sophie's friend Emma came over for a playdate. Her mother dropping her off with a knowing smile and a whispered "Good luck Wednesday" that made Elena's stomach clench. The girls played in Sophie's room while Elena and Damien maintained their careful orbit, close but not touching, aware but not engaging. It felt like holding their breath, waiting for Wednesday to either save them or destroy them. That night, after Emma had gone home and Sophie was asleep, Elena found Damien on the terrace. The November air had turned bitter, frost forming on the railing, but he stood in just his shirt sleeves, staring at the city like it held answers. "You'll freeze," Elena said, stepping outside with a blanket. "I don't feel it." But he accepted the blanket when she draped it over his shoulders, let her stand close enough to share the warmth. They were quiet for a long moment, the city's noise distant and muted 47 floors below. "I keep thinking about what you said to Victoria's lawyers," Damien said finally. "About the contract being how it started but not how it stayed. I meant it. I know. That's what scares me." He turned to face her, and the vulnerability in his expression made Elena's breath catch. What if Wednesday goes badly? What if the judge rules for Victoria, or splits custody, or... Then we appeal. We fight. We don't give up. Elena's hand found his chest, felt his heartbeat steady beneath her palm. "But Damien, you need to prepare yourself for the possibility that this doesn't end the way we want. That the judge might question our marriage regardless of what we feel. And if he does, if he rules that our marriage is invalid, that it's just a contract." Damien's hand covered hers, held it against his heart. "What happens to us?" Elena thought about the question she'd been avoiding since that moment in his study. The one that asked what this was, what they were becoming, whether it could survive outside the pressure of the custody battle. I don't know, she admitted. But I know I don't want to lose what we've built. Even if it started as performance. Elena. Damien's other hand came up, cupped her face, his thumb brushing her cheekbone. After Wednesday. After we know Sophie's safe. I need to know. Don't. Elena pressed her fingers to his lips, stopping the question. Not yet. Not until we know what we're dealing with. Ask me after, when the pressure's off, when we can think clearly. I can't think clearly around you. That's the problem. But he dropped his hand, stepped back, put careful distance between them. 3 days. Then we figure out what this is. 3 days, Elena agreed. She went inside, left him on the terrace with the blanket and the city and whatever thoughts he couldn't share. In her room, she pulled out her phone, found a text from Marcus. Asterisk heard about the deposition. You okay? Asterisk. Elena stared at the message, felt a rush of complicated emotion. Marcus was still in rehab, still working through his own demons. But he'd reached out. That was something. I'm okay, she typed back. How are you? The response came quickly. Asterisk 90 days sober next week. Therapist says I have abandonment issues and self-destructive tendencies. Fancy way of saying I'm a mess. But I'm trying. Asterisk. Elena's throat tightened. Asterisk I'm proud of you. Keep trying. Asterisk. Asterisk you too. And Elena. That guy, Cross, he's lucky to have you. Don't let anyone tell you different. Asterisk. She set down the phone, pressed her palms to her eyes, felt the pressure of 3 days building like a storm. Wednesday would change everything. She just didn't know if it would break them or forge them into something stronger. Monday morning brought Rebecca and a new strategy. We're going on offense, Rebecca announced, spreading documents across the dining room table. Victoria's lawyers think they have the moral high ground because of the contract. We're going to show the judge exactly why that contract exists. She pulled up a file on her tablet. Financial records, emails, legal filings. Victoria's family has been trying to access Sophie's trust fund for 2 years. They've filed 3 separate motions to have Damien declared an unfit guardian, all dismissed. They've hired private investigators to dig up dirt on his business practices, his relationships, his parenting. This isn't about Sophie's welfare. This is about money and control. Can we prove that? Damien asked, his voice sharp. We can imply it. Strongly. Rebecca swiped to another document. I've also subpoenaed Victoria's financial records. She's been living beyond her means since the divorce. Designer clothes, luxury vacations, a penthouse she can't afford. Her family's been funding her lifestyle in exchange for access to Sophie. Elena felt sick. They're using a 7-year-old as collateral. Exactly. And we're going to make sure the judge sees that. Rebecca's expression was hard. Victoria wants to paint you two as opportunists. Fine. We'll paint her as what she is. A woman who married for money, divorced for money, and is now fighting for custody for money. What about the contract? Lena asked. How do we explain that without looking just as mercenary? We don't explain it. We own it. Rebecca turned to Elena. You're going to testify again. On Wednesday, in front of the judge. And you're going to tell the truth. All of it. The debt, the coercion, the choice you made. But you're also going to tell him about Sophie. About the hot chocolate and the butterflies and the way she asked if you'd stay forever. They'll say I'm manipulating emotions. Let them. Judges are human. They respond to genuine feeling. Rebecca's gaze moved between Elena and Damien. But it has to be genuine. No performance. No careful distance. If you two are in this, really in this, the judge needs to see it. Damien's hand found Elena's under the table, laced their fingers together. He'll see it. Rebecca nodded, satisfied. Good. Now let's talk about Sophie's testimony. No. Damien's voice went flat. Sophie doesn't testify. I won't put her through that. The judge may require it. If he has questions about her preferences, her living situation, then I'll request a private chambers interview. But she's not going on a witness stand in front of Victoria and her lawyers. Damien's grip on Elena's hand tightened. That's non-negotiable. Rebecca studied him for a moment, then nodded. I'll file the motion. But Damien, you need to prepare yourself for the possibility that the judge will want to hear from Sophie directly. She's old enough to express a preference. Then he can ask her in private. With just the judge, not a courtroom full of people who see her as a pawn. Damien's voice was raw. She's been through enough. After Rebecca left, Elena and Damien sat in the quiet dining room, hands still linked, the weight of Wednesday pressing down like a physical force. What if it's not enough? Elena asked quietly. What if the judge looks at the contract and decides we're exactly what Victoria says we are? Then we appeal. We fight. We don't stop until Sophie's safe. Damien turned to face her fully. But Elena, if this goes badly, if the judge rules against us, I need you to know that you're not bound by the contract anymore. You can walk away. I won't hold you to the 2 years. I don't want to walk away. You might. After you see what I'm capable of in that courtroom. His expression darkened. I'm going to destroy Victoria. Her reputation, her credibility, her relationship with her family. I'm going to make sure she never threatens Sophie again. And it won't be pretty. Elena thought of the man who'd sat outside her door at 2 a.m., who'd chosen restraint over desire, who'd looked at his daughter like she was the only thing keeping him human. I know who you are, Damien. The good and the bad. And I'm still here. You say that now. I'll say it Wednesday too. And Thursday. And every day after. Elena's free hand came up, touched his face. You're not a monster. You're a father protecting his daughter. There's a difference. Damien's eyes closed, his jaw tight. I hope you still believe that after Wednesday. Tuesday passed in a blur of preparation. Rebecca drilled Elena on testimony, Torres briefed them on courtroom security. Colette appeared with yet another suit, navy this time, severe and professional. Sophie went to school with her nanny, blissfully unaware of the battle being waged for her future. That night, Elena couldn't sleep. She lay in her too-soft bed, staring at the ceiling, running through Rebecca's questions and answers until they blurred together. At 1 a.m., she gave up and ventured into the hallway. Light spilled from under Damien's study door. She knocked softly. Come in. He was at his desk, surrounded by documents, his laptop glowing in the darkness. He looked exhausted, his tie loosened, his hair disheveled, shadows under his eyes that spoke of too many sleepless nights. You should rest, Elena said. Can't. He gestured to the papers. Rebecca sent over Victoria's financial records. I'm looking for anything we can use. Elena moved into the room, settled into the leather chair across from his desk. And she's drowning. Credit card debt, overdue rent, collection notices. Damien's voice was clinical, detached. Her family's been bailing her out, but there are strings attached. Access to Sophie, control over my decisions, a seat on Cross Enterprises board when Sophie inherits. They're treating her like a commodity. They're treating her like what she is to them, a means to an end. Damien closed the laptop, leaned back in his chair. Tomorrow, I'm going to make sure the judge sees that he understands this isn't about Sophie's welfare. It's about money and power and people who see a 7-year-old as leverage. And us. What will he see when he looks at us? I don't know. Damien's gaze found hers across the desk. What do you think he'll see? Elena thought about the question. About the contract and the coercion and the careful way they'd learned to orbit each other. About Sophie's butterflies and midnight hot chocolate and the way Damien's hand felt in hers. I think he'll see two people who started with a transaction and ended up with something real, she said quietly. I think he'll see that we're not perfect, but we're trying. And I hope that will be enough. Damien was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood, moved around the desk, held out his hand. "Come here." Elena took his hand, let him pull her to her feet. He drew her close, his arms wrapping around her, his chin resting on top of her head. The embrace was warm, solid, nothing like the careful touches they'd choreographed for cameras. "Whatever happens tomorrow," he said quietly, "I want you to know, you've given me something I didn't think I could have. Oh, the possibility of something beyond survival." His arms tightened. "Thank you for that." Elena's throat closed. She pressed her face against his chest, felt his heartbeat steady beneath her cheek, breathed in cedar and coffee and something that was purely him. "Ask me tomorrow," she whispered. "After the hearing. After we know. Ask me if I'll stay, and I'll give you an answer. And if the answer is no, it won't be." Elena pulled back just enough to see his face. "But ask me anyway, so I can say yes while looking you in the eye." Something shifted in Damien's expression, the last wall crumbling, the control finally, fully breaking. He leaned down, his forehead resting against hers, his breath warm against her lips. "Tomorrow," he said. "After we save our daughter." Our daughter. The words hung between them, more binding than any contract, more real than any performance. Elena rose on her toes, pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. "Tomorrow. Now go to bed. You need rest." "So do you." "I will. After I check on Sophie." She left him in his study, moved down the hallway to Sophie's room. The little girl was asleep, her stuffed rabbit clutched tight, her face peaceful in the dim glow of her nightlight. Elena stood in the doorway, watching the rise and fall of Sophie's breathing, and made a silent promise. "No matter what happens tomorrow, I'll keep you safe. Both of you, asterisk." She returned to her room, finally climbed into bed, and this time sleep came. Tomorrow would bring the custody hearing, the judge's ruling, the moment that would define all their futures. But tonight, in the quiet of the penthouse, Elena let herself believe they had a chance. That love, however complicated, however unconventional, might actually be enough. Chapter 6. The Vigil. The call came at 3:17 a.m. Elena's phone lit up in the darkness, the vibration loud against the nightstand. She grabbed it on the second ring, her heart already racing with the certainty that 3 a.m. calls never brought good news. "Ms. Cross." A woman's voice, professional but urgent. "This is Brooklyn Hospital. Your father's taken a turn. You should come now." Elena was moving before the words fully registered, pulling on jeans and a sweater, her hands shaking as she searched for her shoes. The penthouse was dark and silent, everyone asleep, but she couldn't think about that now. Couldn't think about the custody hearing in 8 hours or the promises she'd made or anything except the fact that her father was dying and she needed to get to him. She was halfway to the elevator when she heard footsteps behind her. "Elena." Damien stood in the hallway, wearing track pants and nothing else. His hair mussed from sleep. He must have heard her phone, her frantic movements. Must have known immediately what a 3 a.m. call meant. "It's my father." Her voice cracked. "I have to go." "I know. I'm coming with you." "You don't have to. I'm coming with you." He was already moving back toward his room. "Give me 2 minutes." He reappeared in 90 seconds, dressed in jeans and a dark sweater, his phone in one hand. He was texting as they rode the elevator down. Probably Torres, arranging security, making sure they wouldn't be followed by paparazzi or Victoria's investigators. Even in crisis, Damien's mind worked in layers of protection. The SUV was waiting when they reached the lobby, Torres behind the wheel. He must have been on call, ready for emergencies. They pulled into traffic, the city still half asleep, streetlights painting everything in shades of amber and shadow. Damien's hand found Elena's in the darkness, laced their fingers together. He didn't speak, didn't offer platitudes or false comfort. Just held on, solid and warm, an anchor in the drowning. Brooklyn Hospital looked the same as it always had. Fluorescent lights too bright, antiseptic smell too sharp, the exhausted night staff moving through their rotations with mechanical efficiency. Elena knew the way to her father's room by heart. Had walked these hallways so many times they'd worn grooves in her memory. But tonight felt different. Final. Dr. Rashid met them outside the ICU. His expression grave. Ms. Cross. Your father's organs are shutting down. We've made him comfortable but... He paused, choosing words carefully. It's a matter of hours now. Maybe less. Elena's knees buckled. Damien's arm came around her waist, holding her upright, taking her weight without hesitation. Can I see him? Her voice sounded distant, hollow. Of course. He's been asking for you. The room was dim, machines beeping softly. Her father small and frail in the hospital bed. But his eyes were open, clear despite the morphine, and when he saw Elena, his face creased into something like a smile. There's my girl. His voice was papery thin, barely above a whisper. Elena crossed to him, took his hand. So light now, all bone and translucent skin. Dad. I'm here. I know. I waited. His gaze shifted to Damien, standing just inside the doorway. You too. Good. Damien moved closer, his hand finding Elena's shoulder. Mr. Morgan. James. Call me James. Her father coughed, the sound wet and painful. We're family now. Might as well use first names. James, Damien said quietly. I need to tell you both something. While I still can. James's grip on Elena's hand tightened fractionally. Elena, I know why you married him. The contract, the debt, all of it. I've known from the beginning. Elena's throat closed. Dad. Let me finish. Don't have much time for long speeches. He took a rattling breath. I know you did it for me. To buy me time, give me a chance at treatment. And I let you, even though it killed me to watch you trade your freedom for my life. You didn't let me do anything. I chose. You chose because I was dying. Because you're too good, too loyal, too willing to sacrifice yourself for people who don't deserve it. His eyes found Damien's. But here's what I need you to know, Cross. What I need you both to know. Damien stepped closer, his hand moving from Elena's shoulder to join the circle of their clasped hands. I'm listening. It stopped being a sacrifice. James's voice strengthened slightly, urgency pushing through the morphine fog. I've watched you two these past weeks. The way you orbit each other, the way you've learned to fit together. That's not performance. That's not contract. That's real. James. Damien started, but the older man shook his head. I'm dying. Least you can do is let me say my piece. He looked at Elena, his eyes wet. Baby girl, I know you're scared. Scared of feeling too much. Scared of being left again like your mother left us. But this man. He squeezed Damien's hand. He's not going anywhere. I can see it in the way he looks at you. Like you're the only thing keeping him human. Elena's vision blurred. Dad, please. And you. James turned to Damien. You're scared too. Scared of being your father, scared of failing Sophie, scared of letting anyone close enough to see the man under all that control. But Elena sees you. She sees past the money and the power to the person underneath. Don't waste that. Don't let fear make you stupid. I won't, Damien said, his voice rough. Promise me. James's breathing was laboring now, each word an effort. Both of you. Promise me you'll stop hiding behind that contract. Stop pretending this is temporary. Life's too short for that kind of cowardice. I promise, Elena whispered. Damien. I promise. Damien's hand tightened on theirs. I'll take care of her, James. For as long as she'll let me. Good. That's. James's eyes fluttered closed, opened again with visible effort. Elena, there's something in my nightstand. The apartment. A drawer. For you. Dad, don't. I love you, baby girl. So proud of who you've become. His breathing hitched, steadied. Your mother would be proud too. Wherever she is. I love you too. Elena leaned down, pressed her forehead to his. Thank you for everything. For raising me, for loving me, for... Shoo, don't make it sad. We had good years, didn't we? The best years. Then that's enough. James's eyes closed again. His breathing evening out into something that sounded almost peaceful. They, both of you, don't want to do this alone. They stayed. Elena on one side of the bed, Damien on the other, their hands joined over James's chest. The machines beeped their steady rhythm, marking time in mechanical increments. Outside the window, the sky began to lighten. Not sunrise yet, but the promise of it, the slow fade from black to gray. James's breathing grew shallower, slower, the spaces between breaths stretching longer each time. At 4:43, he opened his eyes one last time. Looked at Elena with such love it made her chest crack open. Looked at Damien with something like approval. Take care of each other, he whispered. Then his eyes closed, his chest rose one final time, and the machine's steady beeping flattened into a single, endless tone. Elena heard a sound, raw and broken, barely human. Realized it was coming from her own throat. Then Damien's arms were around her, pulling her against his chest, holding her as she shattered. She felt his heartbeat steady beneath her cheek, felt his hand in her hair, felt him murmuring something she couldn't make out through the roaring in her ears. Dr. Rashid came in, turned off the machines, spoke in low tones about next steps and paperwork and arrangements. Elena heard none of it. She was underwater, drowning, the world muffled and distant. Damien handled everything. Spoke to the doctors, signed forms, made phone calls. His voice was calm, controlled, the billionaire mask firmly in place. But his hand never left Elena's, even as he coordinated with Torres about transport, with Rebecca about postponing the custody hearing, with Sophie's nanny about keeping the little girl home from school. The custody hearing. Elena had forgotten about it entirely, but of course it couldn't happen now. Not today. Not with her father's body still warm in the bed beside them. Rebecca's filing for an emergency continuance, Damien said quietly, still holding her. The judge will grant it. Victoria's lawyers won't object. It would look heartless. Elena nodded numbly. She couldn't think about the hearing, about Victoria, about anything except the fact that her father was gone. The man who'd raised her alone, who'd worked 2 jobs to keep her in school, who'd loved her unconditionally even when she'd made it hard. Come on. Damien's voice was gentle. Let's get you home. Penthouse. Not the studio apartment in Brooklyn where she'd lived with her father, where his things still sat gathering dust. That wasn't home anymore. Somehow, without her noticing, home had become floor-to-ceiling windows and a little girl's laughter and a man who looked at her like she was salvation. The drive back passed in a blur. Dawn was breaking over Manhattan, painting the skyline in shades of rose and gold. Beautiful and indifferent, the city waking up to another day like nothing had changed. But everything had changed. Torres pulled into the underground garage. Damien helped Elena from the SUV. His arm around her waist, taking her weight. In the elevator, she caught sight of herself in the mirrored walls, pale, hollow-eyed, wearing yesterday's jeans and a sweater that smelled like hospital antiseptic. She looked like grief personified. The penthouse was quiet when they entered. Sophie was still asleep, the nanny having kept her in bed despite the early morning chaos. Damien guided Elena to the living room, settled her on the sofa, disappeared into the kitchen. He returned with water and a blanket, wrapped her in both with careful efficiency. I need to make some calls, he said, crouching in front of her. Funeral arrangements, the hospital, Rebecca. Will you be okay for a few minutes? Elena nodded, not trusting her voice. I'll be in my study, right down the hall. If you need anything. I know. Her voice came out hoarse. Thank you. For coming with me. For everything. Damien's hand cupped her face. His thumb brushing away tears she hadn't realized were falling. You don't have to thank me. Not for this. He left, and Elena sat alone in the pre-dawn quiet, wrapped in a blanket that smelled like cedar and coffee. Her father's last words echoing in her mind. Promise me you'll stop hiding behind that contract. She pulled out her phone, found a text from Marcus. Just heard. I'm so sorry, Elena. He was a good man. The best. Another from Rebecca. Continuance granted. Hearing postponed 2 weeks. Take the time you need. Another from a number she didn't recognize. My condolences on your loss. If you need anything, I'm here. Victoria. Elena stared at that last message. Felt something hot and sharp cut through the numbness. Victoria, offering sympathy while still fighting for custody. Playing the long game even now. She deleted the message, blocked the number, set her phone aside. Through the windows, the sun crested the horizon, flooding the penthouse with golden light. Elena watched the city wake up. Traffic beginning to move, lights blinking on in distant windows, the endless circulation of 8 million lives that didn't know or care that James Morgan had died at 4:43 on a Wednesday morning. Footsteps made her turn. Sophie stood in the doorway, still in her star-print pajamas, her stuffed rabbit trailing from one hand. Her eyes were red, her face blotchy. Mrs. Chen told me, Sophie said, her voice small. About your dad. I'm sorry, Elena. Elena opened her arms, and Sophie ran to her, climbing onto the sofa and burrowing against Elena's side. They sat like that as the sun rose higher, as the city fully woke, as grief settled into Elena's bones like a permanent chill. My real mom died too, Sophie said quietly. I don't remember her, but Daddy says she was brave. Like you. Your mom was very brave. Elena smoothed Sophie's curls. She gave your dad the best gift anyone could give you. Do you think they're together now? My mom and your dad. Elena's throat closed. She thought of her father's last smile, the peace in his eyes as he'd let go. Thought of the mother she'd never met, the woman who'd died bringing Sophie into the world. I think they're at peace, Elena said. And I think they're proud of us. For taking care of each other. Sophie nodded, seemed to accept this. Are you going to leave now? Now that your dad's gone? The question hit Elena like a physical blow. She pulled back, looked at Sophie's scared face, saw the fear of another loss written there. No, sweetheart. I'm not leaving. Promise. Elena thought of the contract, of the 2 years, of all the ways this could still fall apart. But looking at Sophie's desperate expression, she couldn't hedge. I promise. I'm staying right here. Sophie's arms tightened around her. Good. 'Cause I need you. And I think Daddy needs you too, even if he doesn't say it. He says it, Elena murmured. Just not with words. They stayed on the sofa as morning stretched into afternoon, as Damien made calls from his study, as Torres came and went with quiet efficiency. The nanny brought food that Elena couldn't eat, coffee that went cold in her cup. At some point, Sophie fell asleep against Elena's side, exhausted from emotion. Elena held her, stroked her hair, felt the steady rise and fall of the little girl's breathing. This was what her father had wanted. Not the contract or the arrangement or the careful performance. But this real connection, real family, real love, however complicated. Promise me you'll stop hiding behind that contract. Damien appeared in the doorway. His phone finally silent. He looked exhausted, shadows under his eyes, but his expression softened when he saw Elena and Sophie curled together on the sofa. She fell asleep, Elena said quietly. I see that. He moved closer, settled into the armchair across from them. The funeral home called. They can do a service on Saturday if that works for you. Small private. I've arranged for Marcus to have a day pass from rehab to attend. Elena's eyes burned. Thank you. Your father's apartment. I've had Torres secure it. Nothing will be touched until you're ready to go through his things. Damien paused. He mentioned something in his nightstand. Do you want me to have it brought here? The nightstand. A drawer. Something for her. No. I'll go myself. Tomorrow maybe. When I can. Her voice broke. When I can face it. I'll go with you. You don't have to. Elena. His voice was firm but gentle. I'm going with you. That's not negotiable. They sat in silence, Sophie sleeping between them, the afternoon light painting everything in shades of gold. Elena thought about her father's last words. His insistence that what she and Damien had was real. He knew, she said finally. About the contract. He said he'd known from the beginning. Damien's expression didn't change. I suspected he did. He was too smart not to see through it. He said it stopped being a sacrifice. That we stopped performing. Elena met Damien's eyes across the sleeping child. Was he right? You know he was. When? When did it stop being performance? Damien was quiet for a long moment, his gaze on Sophie's peaceful face. For me. The night you smashed that camera. You were furious, righteous, completely unafraid of me. I'd never met anyone who looked at me like that, like I was just a man, not a threat or an opportunity. He looked up, held Elena's gaze. What about you? Elena thought back through the weeks. The press conference, the terrace conversations, the way Damien had sat outside her door at 2 a.m., the hospital. When you showed up at 3 in the morning without hesitation. You didn't have to come. It wasn't in the contract. But you came anyway. Of course I came. That's when I knew that you weren't just protecting an asset. You were. She stopped, searched for words. You were being human. Real. That's when it stopped being performance for me. Damien stood, moved to the sofa, carefully lifted Sophie into his arms. The little girl stirred but didn't wake, just burrowed against his chest. He carried her to her room, and Elena heard the soft sounds of him tucking her in, the click of the nightlight. His low voice murmuring something she couldn't make out. When he returned, he held out his hand. Come with me. Elena took his hand, let him pull her to her feet. He led her down the hallway to his study, closed the door behind them. The room was dim, afternoon light filtering through half-closed blinds, casting everything in shades of shadow. Your father asked me to make a promise, Damien said, turning to face her. To stop hiding behind the contract. To stop pretending this is temporary. I remember. I meant it. The promise. He moved closer, each step deliberate. The custody hearing is postponed 2 weeks. That gives us time. Time to grieve, time to think, time to figure out what this is without the pressure of Victoria hanging over us. And after the hearing, after we know Sophie's safe, Elena's pulse kicked up. What happens then? Then I ask you the question I've been avoiding since that night on the terrace. Damien stopped in front of her, close enough that she could feel his heat. But I'm not waiting 2 weeks. I'm asking now. While everything's raw and real and we can't hide behind performance. Elena's breath caught. Damien. Stay. The word came out rough, urgent. Not because of the contract. Not because of Sophie. Not because you promised your father. Stay because you want to. Because this. He gestured between them. Is real. Because somewhere in the performance we stopped acting. I know it's real. I've known for weeks. Elena's hands found his chest, felt his heartbeat racing beneath her palms. But you need to understand what you're asking. I'm a mess right now. Grieving, exhausted, barely holding it together. If I say yes, if I commit to this, I need to know you're not going to change your mind when things get hard. Things are already hard. And I'm still here. Damien's hands came up, framed her face. Forced her to meet his eyes. I'm not asking you to be perfect, Elena. I'm asking you to be real. To stay, to fight, to build something with me that isn't based on contracts or arrangements or careful distance. What if the judge rules against us? What if Victoria wins custody? Then we appeal. We fight. We don't stop until Sophie's safe. His voice dropped. But we do it together. As partners. As what? Elena's voice was barely a whisper. As whatever we want to be. Husband and wife. Partners. Family. His thumb brushed her cheekbone. I love you, Elena. I don't know when it happened, don't know how to do this right, but I know that much. I love you. The words hung between them, more binding than any contract, more real than any performance. Elena felt something crack open in her chest. All the grief and fear and careful control she'd been holding, spilling out in a rush. I love you too. The admission came easier than she'd expected. I've been fighting it for weeks, telling myself it was just proximity or pressure or performance. But it's not. It's real. Damien's control finally, fully broke. He kissed her. Not the careful brush of lips from their wedding, but something deep and desperate and real. Elena kissed him back, her hands fisting in his shirt, pulling him closer, needing the solid warmth of him to anchor her in the drowning. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, Damien rested his forehead against hers. Faye, please. I'm staying. Elena's hands moved to cup his face, her thumbs tracing the sharp line of his jaw. Not for 2 years. Not because of a contract. Just staying. For as long as you'll have me. Forever then. His voice was rough with emotion. Because I'm not letting you go. They stood in the quiet of his study, holding each other, as afternoon faded into evening. Outside, the city glowed with a million lights, indifferent and eternal. But inside this room, something new was being built, something fragile and real and worth fighting for. Elena thought of her father's last words. His insistence that they stop hiding. Thought of the custody hearing in 2 weeks, of Victoria's weapons and the judge's scrutiny. Thought of Sophie sleeping in her room, dreaming of butterflies and families that stayed. We should tell her, Elena said quietly. Sophie, that this is real. That I'm not leaving. After the funeral. After things settle. Damien pulled back just enough to see her face. But yes, she deserves to know. And the contract. Void. I'll have Rebecca draw up dissolution papers tomorrow. His expression was serious. I don't want you here because you're obligated. I want you here because you choose to be. I choose this. Elena rose on her toes, pressed a soft kiss to his lips. I choose you. Choose Sophie. I choose us. Then that's what we are. Damien's arms tightened around her. Family. Real and complicated and worth every risk. They stayed like that as the sun set, as the penthouse filled with shadows, as grief and love and hope tangled together into something neither of them could name but both recognized as truth. Tomorrow would bring funeral arrangements and paperwork and the slow, painful work of saying goodbye. In 2 weeks, they'd face Victoria and the judge and fight for Sophie's future. But tonight, in the quiet of Damien's study, Elena let herself believe that love, however it started, however unconventional, was enough. That promises made in hospital rooms and penthouse studies were as binding as any contract. That family wasn't about blood or paperwork or careful performance. It was about showing up, about choosing each other, about building something real from the fragments of what had started as a lie. Her father had seen it before she had known, even as he was dying, that what she and Damien had built was worth protecting. Elena closed her eyes, felt Damien's heartbeat steady beneath her cheek, and whispered a silent thank you to the man who'd raised her to be brave enough to choose love over fear. Kept my promise, Dad. We both did. And in the gathering darkness, she could almost feel him smiling. Chapter 7: The Hearing. The funeral was small, held in a chapel in Brooklyn that smelled of old wood and lilies. 20 people, maybe less. Marcus, sober and hollow-eyed from rehab, a few of her father's former co-workers, neighbors from the old apartment building. Dr. Rashid, who'd fought so hard to give James Morgan more time. Elena stood at the front in a black dress Colette had delivered without being asked, Damien's hand steady at her back, Sophie pressed against her other side. The little girl had insisted on coming, had drawn a picture of butterflies to leave with Elena's dad so he won't be lonely. The service was brief. Elena had written something. Words about her father's strength, his love, his quiet heroism in raising a daughter alone. But when she stood at the podium, her voice failed. The paper shook in her hands, the words blurring. Damien appeared beside her, took the paper gently, and read it for her. His voice was steady, clear, giving weight to every word. When he finished, He folded the paper carefully and tucked it into his jacket pocket, a promise that her father's memory would be carried forward. Marcus spoke next, his voice rough with emotion and 90 days of sobriety. He never gave up on me, even when I gave him every reason to. That's the kind of man he was. He saw the best in people, even when they couldn't see it themselves. After the service, they gathered at a small reception in the chapel's basement. Weak coffee, store-bought cookies, the awkward small talk of people who didn't quite know how to comfort the grieving. Elena moved through it mechanically, accepting condolences with numb gratitude, her hand never leaving Damien's. Marcus pulled her aside near the end, his eyes red-rimmed. "I'm sorry I wasn't there. At the hospital. You were where you needed to be." Dad understood that. Elena squeezed his hand. "How are you doing? Really? 93 days sober. Therapist says I'm making progress, whatever that means." He glanced at Damien, who stood a few feet away giving them space. "He's good for you. Dad saw it before I did. He told you. Last time I visited. Said you'd found someone who saw past the armor to the person underneath." Marcus's voice cracked. "Said I should stop being an idiot and be happy for you." Elena's throat tightened. "He loved you, Marcus. Even when you made it hard." "I know. That's what made it worse." He pulled her into a hug, held tight. "Take care of yourself, Elena. And let him take care of you too. You don't have to carry everything alone anymore." The reception ended. Torres drove them back to Manhattan in silence, Sophie asleep against Elena's shoulder, exhausted from emotion. Back at the penthouse, Damien carried Sophie to her room while Elena stood at the windows, watching the city lights blur through her tears. She felt Damien's presence before she heard him, his warmth at her back, his arms coming around her waist. "You did well today," he said quietly. "I fell apart at the podium. You showed up. That's what mattered." His chin rested on top of her head. "Your father would be proud." Elena leaned back against him, let his strength hold her upright. "The apartment. I need to go through his things. I've been putting it off, but tomorrow. I'll go with you." Not a question. Statement of fact. "Damien." "Elena." He turned her in his arms, his hands framing her face. "You're not doing this alone. Not the grief, not the arrangements, not sorting through your father's belongings. That's what partners do. They show up. Partners. Not husband and wife, not contractual obligations. Partners." "Okay," Elena whispered. "Tomorrow." The apartment looked smaller than Elena remembered, shabbier. Sunlight streamed through dusty windows, illuminating the worn furniture, the stacks of medical bills on the kitchen table, the life her father had lived in these 400 square feet. Damien stood in the doorway, taking it in without judgment. Torres waited in the hallway with boxes and packing materials, ready when needed. "His bedroom," Elena said, her voice steady despite the way her hands shook. "The nightstand. He said there was something for me." The bedroom was sparse. A twin bed with a faded quilt, a dresser with a missing drawer pull, the nightstand her father had bought at a yard sale 20 years ago. Elena opened the top drawer with trembling fingers. Inside, a worn leather journal, small velvet box, and an envelope with her name written in her father's careful handwriting. Elena sank onto the bed, the items clutched to her chest. Damien settled beside her, close but not touching, giving her space to breathe. She opened the envelope first. Inside, a letter, pages of her father's handwriting, the ink slightly smudged in places where his hand had shaken. "My dearest Elena, if you're reading this, I'm gone. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer, couldn't walk you down the aisle at a real wedding, couldn't meet my grandchildren. But I'm not sorry for the life we had. The good years, the hard years, all of it. There are things I need you to know. Things I should have said when I had the chance but was too proud or too scared. Your mother didn't leave because of you. She left because of me, because I couldn't give her the life she wanted, the excitement, the adventure. She was young when we married, barely 20, And by the time you were born, she felt trapped. I saw it in her eyes but didn't know how to fix it. When she left, I was angry, bitter. I let you think she abandoned us both, that she didn't love you enough to stay. But that wasn't true. She loved you fiercely. I have letters she sent, asking about you, wanting to be part of your life. Kept them from you. I told myself I was protecting you, but really, I was protecting myself from having to share you. That was wrong. Selfish. And I'm sorry. The letters are in this journal. Every one she sent over the years. Read them when you're ready. Or don't. But know that you were loved by both of us, even if we were too broken to show it right. About Damien Cross. I know you think I was manipulated into accepting his help, that the debt gave him leverage. But Elena, I was dying anyway. The debt just gave me an excuse to let you make a choice I couldn't make for you. I saw something in him that first night at the hospital. Saw past the money and the control to a man who was drowning just like I was. Saw someone who needed you as much as you needed him, even if neither of you knew it yet. You saved his daughter. He saved your father. That's not manipulation. That's life giving you a chance at something real. Don't waste it being scared. Don't waste it hiding behind contracts and careful distance. Your mother and I wasted years being too proud to admit we needed each other. By the time we figured it out, it was too late. We'll have time. Use it. Build something with Damien that isn't based on debt or obligation. Build something real. And Elena, forgive yourself. For not being there every moment, for working instead of sitting with me, for making choices that felt impossible. You did your best. That's all anyone can do. Love you. I'm proud of you. And I'll be watching over you. Me and Sophie's mother both, making sure our girls are taken care of. All my love. Elena's vision blurred. She felt Damien's arm come around her shoulders, felt him take some of her weight as grief crashed over her in waves. He knew, she choked out. About my mother. About the letters. He kept them from me. May I? Damien gestured to the journal. Elena handed it over, watched as he opened it carefully. Inside, letters. Dozens of them spanning years. Postmarked from California, from Oregon, from places Elena had never been. Her mother's handwriting, unfamiliar but somehow familiar, asking about school and friends and whether Elena still loved strawberries. She tried, Elena whispered. She tried to stay in my life, and he was protecting you the only way he knew how. Damien's voice was gentle. It was wrong, but it came from love. Misguided, selfish love, but love nonetheless. Elena thought of her father's last words at the hospital. His insistence that she and Damien stop hiding. Thought of the years he'd wasted keeping these letters secret, thinking he was doing the right thing. I don't want to make his mistakes, she said quietly. I don't want to waste time being scared or proud or too damaged to accept love. Then don't. Damien set down the journal, turned to face her fully. We have a choice, Elena. We can let fear and grief and past damage define us. Or we can choose differently. How? By being honest. By showing up. By not hiding behind contracts or careful distance, or the belief that we don't deserve good things. His hand found hers, laced their fingers together. Your father was right, we were both drowning. But we don't have to drown anymore. Elena looked at their joined hands, at the ring she still wore. His mother's ring, given during a fake engagement that had somehow become real. The custody hearing is in 10 days. Victoria's going to use everything against us. The contract, the deposition, my father's death. Let her try. We'll face it together. Damien's voice was certain. But first, let's finish this. Let's honor your father by going through his things, by reading these letters, by not running from the hard truths. They spent the rest of the day in the apartment, sorting through James Morgan's life. Elena read letters from her mother, apologies and explanations and expressions of love that had been hidden for decades. Damien packed boxes with quiet efficiency, asking questions about photos and books, learning about the man who'd raised Elena alone. In the closet, they found a box labeled Elena's mother. Inside, a wedding photo, James and a woman with Elena's eyes, both impossibly young, smiling like they believed love could conquer anything. A hospital bracelet from Elena's birth. A dried rose from some forgotten anniversary. He kept everything, Elena said, holding the wedding photo. Even after she left. Even after years of silence. Because he loved her. And love doesn't stop just because someone leaves. Damien studied the photo over her shoulder. She looks like you. Same eyes, same stubborn chin. Is my chin stubborn? Extremely. His arms came around her waist, pulling her back against his chest. It's one of the things I love about you. They finished packing as the sun set, filling boxes with a life that had been lived in 400 square feet. Torres arranged for storage for donation, for the few precious items Elena wanted to keep. The velvet box from the nightstand remained unopened. Elena carried it back to the penthouse, set it on her dresser, couldn't quite bring herself to look inside. That night, after Sophie was asleep and the penthouse had gone quiet, Damien found Elena on the terrace. She was wrapped in a blanket, staring at the city, the velvet box clutched in her hands. You haven't opened it, he observed. I'm scared to. What if it's something that makes this harder? What if? Her voice broke. What if I'm not ready? Then you wait until you are. There's no timeline for grief. Damien settled beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched. But Elena, whatever's in that box, it's a gift from your father. He wanted you to have it. That means something. Elena turned the box over in her hands, feeling its weight. Then, before she could second-guess herself, she opened it. Inside, a simple gold locket on a delicate chain. She opened the locket with trembling fingers. On one side, a photo of her father, young and smiling. On the other, a photo of a woman with Elena's eyes. Her mother. He kept them together, Elena whispered. Even after everything. He kept them together. Damien took the locket gently, fastened it around Elena's neck. The metal was warm against her skin, the weight of it comforting. Your father's last gift, he said quietly. A reminder that love endures. Even when people leave. Even when things fall apart. The love remains. Elena touched the locket, felt the outline of the photos beneath the gold. The hearing is in 10 days. After that, everything changes. It's already changed. The hearing is just paperwork. Damien's hand found hers. We're already a family, Elena. The judge doesn't get to decide that. We do. And if he rules for Victoria, if he says our marriage isn't legitimate, then we appeal. We fight. We prove that what we have is real, regardless of how it started. His voice was fierce. I'm not losing Sophie. And I'm not losing you. Those are the only facts that matter. They sat on the terrace as the temperature dropped, as the city glowed below, as the weight of the coming battle settled over them like armor. In 10 days, they would face Victoria and her lawyers and a judge who would decide Sophie's fate. But tonight, wrapped in blankets and each other's presence, they let themselves believe that love, however complicated, however unconventional, would be enough. The 10 days passed in a blur of preparation. Rebecca drilled them on testimony, on questions the judge might ask, on how to present their relationship as genuine despite its transactional origins. Character witnesses were lined up, Sophie's teachers, who spoke of the little girl's newfound stability, Dr. Brennan, whose preliminary assessment had been cautiously positive, even Marcus, who'd been granted special permission to testify about Elena's character and commitment. Victoria's team countered with their own witnesses, former Cross Enterprises employees who painted Damien as ruthless and controlling, a child psychologist who questioned the speed of the marriage, Victoria herself, who would testify about Damien's emotional unavailability and Elena's mercenary motivations. The night before the hearing, Elena couldn't sleep. She stood in Sophie's doorway, watching the little girl sleep, and felt the weight of tomorrow pressing down like a physical force. She'll be okay. Damien's voice came from behind her. Whatever happens, we'll make sure she's okay. You can't promise that. I can promise we'll fight. That we won't stop until she's safe. He moved to stand beside her, his hand finding the small of her back. The judge wants to interview Sophie tomorrow. In chambers, just him and her. Rebecca tried to block it, but he has the right to hear from her directly. Elena's stomach clenched. She's going to be terrified. She's going to be honest. That's all we can ask. Damien's voice was tight. Rebecca will prep her in the morning. Keep it simple, keep it truthful. They stood in silence, watching Sophie sleep, both thinking about tomorrow. About the courtroom and the judge and Victoria's cold smile. About everything that could go wrong. I need to tell you something, Elena said quietly. Before tomorrow. Before everything gets complicated again. Okay. When I signed that contract, I told myself it was temporary. A means to an end. 2 years and then I'd walk away, take my money, start over. She turned to face him fully. But somewhere along the way, I stopped counting days. Stopped thinking about the end date. Started thinking about staying, Damien finished. About building a life. Real one. With you and Sophie. Elena's hand found his chest, felt his heartbeat steady beneath her palm. I know tomorrow could change everything. I know Victoria might win, or the judge might question our marriage, or we might win. And Sophie stays with us. And we get to keep building this life we've started. Damien's hands framed her face, his thumbs brushing her cheekbones. Either way, Elena, I need you to know, you're not temporary anymore. You're permanent. You're family. Even if the judge rules against us. Especially then. Because that's when we'll need each other most. He leaned down, pressed his forehead to hers. I love you. That doesn't change based on a court ruling. I love you too. The words came easier now, worn smooth by repetition. Whatever happens tomorrow, we face it together. Together, he agreed. They went to bed in separate rooms. Old habit, careful distance maintained for Sophie's sake. But at 2 a.m., Elena heard her door open softly, felt the mattress dip as Damien slid in beside her. Can't sleep, he said quietly. Me either. He pulled her against his chest, his arms wrapping tight around her. They lay in the darkness, listening to each other breathe, taking comfort in proximity and warmth and the simple fact of not being alone. Thank you, Damien murmured against her hair. For staying. For fighting. For loving Sophie like she's yours. She is mine. You both are. Elena's hand found his over her heart, laced their fingers together. That's what tomorrow is about. Making it official. Making the world see what we already know. And if the world doesn't see it, then we make them see it. We fight until they do. Elena turned in his arms, found his face in the darkness. You said it yourself, we're already a family. The judge doesn't get to decide that. We do. Damien kissed her. Soft, sweet, full of promise and fear and hope tangled together. When they pulled apart, both breathing hard, he held her close and didn't let go. They fell asleep like that, wrapped around each other, taking strength from proximity. And when dawn came, painting the penthouse in shades of rose and gold, they woke up together and prepared to face the battle ahead. The courthouse was a monument to justice. Marble columns, vaulted ceilings, the weight of law and precedent pressing down from every angle. Elena wore the navy suit, her hair pulled back severely, her father's locket hidden beneath her blouse. Damien was in charcoal, his expression carved from stone, his hand steady at her back as they navigated the gauntlet of reporters outside. Mr. Cross, do you expect to retain custody? Mrs. Cross, how do you respond to allegations that your marriage is fraudulent? Is it true your father's death was convenient timing for the continuance? Torres and his team created a barrier, pushing through the crowd with military efficiency. Inside, the courthouse was quieter but no less intimidating. High ceilings, echoing footsteps, the hushed voices of lawyers and plaintiffs and people whose lives were being decided by strangers in robes. Rebecca met them outside courtroom 7, her expression grim. Victoria's team just filed a last-minute motion. They're calling a surprise witness, someone who claims to have evidence that the marriage was coerced. Who? Damien's voice went flat, dangerous. They won't say until they take the stand. Judge Callahan allowed it over my objection. Rebecca's jaw tightened. We need to be prepared for anything. The courtroom was smaller than Elena expected. Less dramatic. Wood paneling, fluorescent lights, rows of benches that were mostly empty except for Victoria's family in the front row. Her parents, cold and elegant. Her brother, watching with calculation. Victoria herself in cream silk, her expression serene. Sophie wasn't there. She was with her nanny in a private waiting room, ready to be called if the judge requested her testimony. The thought of the little girl being questioned made Elena's stomach turn. All rise. The Honorable Judge Martin Callahan presiding. The judge was older than Elena expected, maybe 60, with steel-gray hair and the kind of face that had seen every variation of human behavior and remained unimpressed by all of it. He took his seat, surveyed the courtroom with sharp eyes, and opened the file in front of him. We're here today to determine custody arrangements for Sophie Cross, age 7. I've reviewed the preliminary filings, Dr. Brennan's assessment, and the depositions from both parties. His gaze moved between Damien and Victoria. This court's only concern is the welfare of the child. Personal grievances, financial disputes, and marital drama are irrelevant unless they directly impact Sophie's well-being. Is that understood? Yes, Your Honor. Both legal teams responded in unison. Good. Ms. Ashford's counsel, you may call your first witness. Victoria's lead attorney stood. Your Honor, we call Damien Cross to the stand. Damien's expression didn't change, but Elena felt him tense beside her. He stood, moved to the witness stand with controlled grace, was sworn in with his hand on a Bible he probably didn't believe in. Mr. Cross, the attorney began, you married Elena Morgan approximately 6 weeks ago. Is that correct? Yes. And prior to that, you'd known her for how long? 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Quite fast. The attorney smiled without warmth. Can you explain to the court why you felt the need to marry so quickly? Because I fell in love with her. Because Sophie needed stability. Because Damien's gaze found Elena in the gallery. Because when you know something's right, timing becomes irrelevant. How convenient that this epiphany occurred just as your custody battle was heating up. Objection, Rebecca called. Counsel is testifying. Sustained. Rephrase, counselor. The attorney nodded. Mr. Cross, isn't it true that you offered to pay Ms. Morgan's father's medical debts in exchange for marriage? I offered to help her father as part of our partnership. Partnership? You mean the contract? The attorney pulled out a document. The contract, 47 pages of carefully worded coercion. This contract, which specifies a 2-year term and financial compensation upon completion. Damien's jaw tightened. Yes, that contract. So you paid Ms. Morgan to marry you. I offered her a solution to an impossible situation. She chose to accept. Under duress. Her father was dying, her brother was in debt to dangerous people, and you, a billionaire with unlimited resources, offered to solve all her problems in exchange for 2 years of her life. The attorney's voice sharpened. That's not a partnership, Mr. Cross. That's coercion. Objection. Rebecca was on her feet. My client has already testified that feelings developed beyond the initial arrangement. Which is convenient to claim but impossible to prove. The attorney turned back to Damien. Mr. Cross, do you love your wife? Or do you love the solution she provides to your custody problem? The courtroom went silent. Elena felt every eye on Damien, waiting for his answer. Saw Victoria's cold smile, her parents' satisfied expressions, the judge's impassive face. Damien's gaze never left Elena. I love her. Not because she's convenient or useful or a solution to anything. I love her because she sees past the money and the control to the person underneath. Because she loves my daughter like Sophie's her own. Because she makes me want to be better than I am. How touching. The attorney's voice dripped sarcasm. And yet you're still paying her. The contract remains in effect, does it not? No. I had my attorney void it 3 weeks ago. Elena stays because she chooses to, not because she's obligated. That was news to Elena. She felt Rebecca stiffen beside her, saw the surprise flicker across Victoria's face. Damien had voided the contract without telling her. Had removed the only leverage he'd had. Convenient timing, the attorney said. Right before this hearing. Necessary timing. Because I wanted Elena to know she was free to leave. That I wasn't keeping her here through obligation or debt. Damien's voice was steady, certain. She stayed anyway. That should tell you everything you need to know about our marriage. The attorney tried several more angles. Damien's work schedule, his emotional availability, his history with Victoria. But Damien held firm. His answers controlled and clear. His gaze returning to Elena again and again like she was his anchor. Finally the attorney sat down. No further questions, Your Honor. Ms. Chen, your witness. Rebecca stood, moved to the front of the courtroom. Mr. Cross, you've been accused of being emotionally unavailable, of prioritizing work over family. How do you respond? I respond that I'm learning. That Elena and Sophie are teaching me how to be present, how to prioritize what matters. Damien's voice softened. I'm not perfect. I work too much, I struggle with vulnerability. I default to control when I'm scared. But I'm trying. Every day, I'm trying to be the father Sophie deserves and the husband Elena deserves. And has your relationship with Sophie improved since Elena entered your lives? Dramatically. Sophie's therapist can confirm. She's sleeping better, having fewer nightmares, engaging more at school. Elena's presence has given her stability and maternal warmth that I couldn't provide alone. Rebecca nodded, satisfied. No further questions, Your Honor. Judge Callahan made notes. His expression unreadable. Ms. Ashford's counsel, call your next witness. Your Honor, we call our surprise witness. James Torres, head of security for Cross Enterprises. Elena's stomach dropped. Torres, Damien's own head of security, the man who'd arranged transport to the hospital, who'd been present for nearly everything. What could he possibly testify about? Torres took the stand, was sworn in. His expression carefully neutral. Mr. Torres, Victoria's attorney began, you've worked for Damien Cross for how long? 8 years. And in that time you've been privy to his private life, his relationships, his business dealings? To some extent, yes. Were you present the night Mr. Cross first met Elena Morgan? I was. I drove Mr. Cross to the scene of his daughter's accident. And what did you observe that night? Torres was quiet for a moment, his gaze finding Damien in the gallery. Something passed between them, some wordless communication Elena couldn't decipher. I observed a man terrified of losing his daughter, and a woman who risked her life to save a child she'd never met. Torres's voice was steady. Mr. Cross offered Ms. Morgan money that night. She refused. But he found another way to compensate her, didn't he? Through the contract. He found a way to help her father while securing stability for his daughter. Whether that's compensation or partnership depends on your perspective. And what's your perspective, Mr. Torres? Torres looked directly at Victoria. My perspective is that I've worked for Damien Cross for 8 years. I've seen him build an empire, destroy competitors, make choices that would break lesser men. But I've never seen him happy. Not until Elena. The courtroom stirred. Victoria's attorney looked thrown, clearly not expecting that answer. Mr. Torres, you're employed by Mr. Cross. Your testimony is hardly objective. My testimony is honest. Which is why I'm here. Torres's voice hardened. You asked me to testify about the marriage. So I'm telling you it's real. I've watched them together. I've seen the way they look at each other when they think no one's watching. I've seen Mr. Cross sit outside her door at 2 a.m. because he can't sleep unless he knows she's safe. I've seen Elena comfort Sophie through nightmares, bake cookies at dawn, fight for this family like it's the only thing that matters. That's very convenient. It's the truth. And if you're going to use me to attack their marriage, you're going to hear the whole truth. Torres leaned forward. This family is real. Complicated, unconventional, built on a foundation that started shaky but real. And Sophie is thriving because of it. That's what should matter to this court. Victoria's attorney sat down, clearly flustered. Rebecca stood, smiling slightly. Mr. Torres, thank you for your honesty. No further questions. Judge Callahan made more notes. We'll take a 15-minute recess. When we return, I'll hear from Ms. Ashford, and then I'll make my decision regarding Sophie's interview. The gavel fell. The courtroom erupted into motion. Lawyers conferring, Victoria's family whispering urgently, reporters scribbling notes. Elena found Damien in the hallway, pulled him into an alcove away from the crowds. You voided the contract, she said. 3 weeks ago. Why didn't you tell me? Because I didn't want you to stay out of gratitude or obligation. I wanted you to stay because you chose to. His hands found her face, his thumbs brushing her cheekbones. I needed you to know you were free. That this was real, not coerced. I knew it was real. I've known for weeks. I know. But I needed to make it official. Needed to remove any question of leverage or obligation. He pulled her close, his forehead resting against hers. I love you, Elena. Not because you're useful or convenient. Just because. I love you too. She kissed him softly. Now let's go win custody of our daughter. They returned to the courtroom as the recess ended. Victoria took the stand, elegant and composed. Her testimony a carefully crafted performance of maternal concern and wounded dignity. Sophie needs stability, Victoria said, her voice trembling with calculated emotion. She needs a mother who's present, who isn't juggling a new marriage and a complicated family dynamic. Can provide that. I want to provide that. And yet, Rebecca said during cross-examination, you've seen Sophie exactly 4 times in the past year. You missed her birthday, her school play, and her hospital stay after the accident. How is that maternal presence? I was prevented from seeing her. Damien made it difficult. Damien had full custody. You had visitation rights that you chose not to exercise. Rebecca's voice was sharp. Ms. Ashford, isn't it true that your family has been funding your lifestyle in exchange for access to Sophie's trust fund? That's absurd. Is it? Your Honor, I'd like to enter into evidence Ms. Ashford's financial records, which show regular deposits from her parents' accounts, along with email correspondence discussing Sophie's inheritance. The documents were entered. The judge reviewed them with increasing disapproval. Victoria's composure cracked, her lawyer objecting frantically, but the damage was done. Finally, Judge Callahan set down his pen. I've heard enough testimony. I'd like to speak with Sophie now. In chambers, with just myself and a court-appointed child advocate present. Elena's heart clenched. Damien's hand found hers, squeezed tight. Your Honor, Rebecca said. Sophie is 7 years old. This is an intimidating environment. Which is why we're doing it in chambers, not open court. I need to hear from the child herself about her preferences and living situation. Judge Callahan stood. We'll reconvene in 1 hour. The hour passed like years. Elena and Damien waited in a private conference room, unable to sit still, unable to speak. Rebecca fielded calls, prepared for whatever the judge might decide. Torres stood guard outside, keeping reporters and Victoria's family at bay. She'll be okay, Elena said for the 10th time. She's smart. She'll tell him the truth. And if the truth isn't enough. Damien's voice was raw. If he decides Victoria's right, that Sophie needs a traditional family, that our marriage is too complicated, then we appeal. We fight. We don't stop. Elena took his hands, forced him to look at her. But Damien, we have to trust Sophie. Trust that she knows what she wants. Trust that the judge will listen. Before he could respond, Rebecca appeared in the doorway. Judge Callahan is ready. We're going back in. The courtroom felt different now. Charged, tense like the air before a storm. Sophie wasn't present. She'd been taken back to the waiting room after her interview. Judge Callahan sat at his bench. His expression grave, a folder open in front of him. "I've spoken with Sophie Cross," he began. "She's a remarkably articulate and emotionally aware child. She expressed clear preferences about her living situation and her relationships with both parents." Elena's heart pounded. Beside her, Damien had gone completely still. "Based on Sophie's testimony, Dr. Brennan's assessment, and the evidence presented today, I'm prepared to make my ruling." Judge Callahan looked directly at Victoria. "Ms. Ashford, I find your concern for Sophie's welfare to be genuine but misguided. Your involvement in her life has been minimal at best, and the financial motivations underlying your custody petition are troubling." Victoria's face went white. Her lawyer started to object, but the judge raised a hand. "However, I also have concerns about the Cross household. The speed of the marriage, the contractual origins, the complicated dynamics. These are not ideal circumstances for a child." Elena felt the floor drop out. This was it. They were losing. "That said," Judge Callahan continued, "Sophie's well-being is my primary concern. And Sophie is thriving in her current environment. Her therapist confirms improved mental health. Her teachers report better engagement at school. And Sophie herself spoke eloquently about feeling safe and loved in her father's home." He paused, let the words settle. "Therefore, I'm ruling that primary custody remains with Damien Cross. Ms. Ashford will have supervised visitation twice monthly, with a possibility of increased visitation if she demonstrates consistent involvement." Judge Callahan's gaze moved to Damien and Elena. "Mr. and Mrs. Cross, I'm granting you custody with the understanding that Sophie's welfare remains paramount. I'll be ordering quarterly check-ins with Dr. Brennan to ensure continued stability." The gavel fell. They'd won. Elena felt Damien's arms come around her, felt his body shake with relief or emotion or both. Behind them, Rebecca was already on her phone, probably calling Sophie's nanny with the news. In the gallery, Victoria sat frozen, her perfect composure finally, fully shattered. Judge Callahan stood. "One more thing. Sophie asked me to give you both a message." He pulled out a piece of paper, Sophie's handwriting, careful and deliberate. She said, "Tell Daddy and Elena that I love them. And tell them I drew butterflies for my room, because we're a family now and families stay together." Elena's vision blurred. Damien's grip tightened, his face pressed against her hair. His breath coming in shaky gasps. They'd won. Not just the custody battle but something bigger. The right to be a family. The chance to keep building what they'd started. Outside the courtroom, reporters swarmed. Torres and his team created a barrier, but the questions came anyway. "Mr. Cross, how do you feel about the ruling? Mrs. Cross, what do you say to critics who still question your marriage?" Damien stopped, turned to face the cameras, his arm around Elena's waist. "I say that family isn't about how it starts. It's about how it endures. Elena and Sophie are my family. That's the only truth that matters." They pushed through to the waiting SUV, climbed inside and finally let themselves breathe. "We won," Elena said, the words not quite real yet. "We won," Damien agreed. Then softer. "We get to keep her. We get to keep each other." Elena turned in his arms, kissed him hard. "All of us. A real family." The SUV pulled away from the courthouse, leaving behind the reporters and the lawyers and Victoria's cold fury. They drove through Manhattan traffic, heading home to the penthouse where Sophie waited, probably drawing more butterflies, probably already planning how to celebrate. Elena touched the locket at her throat, felt the outline of her parents' photos beneath the gold, thought of her father's last words, "Stop hiding behind the contract," and realized they'd finally done it. Had stopped performing and started living. "Thank you," Damien said quietly. "For staying. For fighting. For loving us even when we made it hard." Thank you for asking me to stay. For seeing past the contract to the person underneath. Elena's hand found his over her heart. For giving me a family when I thought I'd lost mine. They rode the rest of the way in comfortable silence, hands linked, hearts steady, the weight of the battle finally lifting. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Victoria's appeal, the quarterly check-ins, the daily work of being a family. But tonight they would go home to Sophie. Would tell her the good news. Would celebrate with hot chocolate and burnt cookies and drawings of butterflies. Would be, simply and completely, a family. Real and complicated and worth every risk they'd taken to build it. Chapter 8, The Choice. The penthouse felt different when they returned from the courthouse. Lighter somehow, as if the weight of the custody battle had been physically pressing down on the walls. Sophie met them at the elevator, her nanny hovering nervously behind her, and launched herself at Damien with such force he stumbled backward. Did we win? Mrs. Chen said we won. Sophie's words tumbled out in a rush. Does that mean I get to stay? Does that mean Elena stays too? We won, sweetheart. Damien scooped her up, held her tight against his chest. You're staying right here. With me and Elena. Forever. Forever, forever. Not just pretend forever. Elena's throat tightened at the question. At the fear beneath it, the understanding that 7-year-olds shouldn't have to worry about permanence. She moved closer, smoothed Sophie's curls. Forever, forever, Elena confirmed. I'm not going anywhere. Sophie wrapped her arms around both their necks, creating a tangle of limbs and relief and something that felt startlingly like joy. The nanny retreated with a knowing smile, leaving them in their bubble of hard-won peace. I drew you something, Sophie said, wriggling down. For winning. Come see. She dragged them to her room, where the walls had been transformed. Butterflies everywhere, drawn in crayon and marker and paint, blue and purple and gold, wings spread wide in flight. But these butterflies weren't alone. Each one had a name written carefully beneath it. Daddy. Lena. Sophie. Some had additional butterflies labeled Emma, Marcus, even Torres. It's our family, Sophie explained, pointing to a particularly large purple butterfly labeled Elena. See. You're the biggest one because you're the bravest. You saved me from the fire and you saved Daddy from being sad and you saved our family from Victoria. Elena sank to her knees, eye level with Sophie, her vision blurring. I didn't save anyone, sweetheart. We saved each other. That's what families do, right? They save each other. Sophie's expression was serious, older than her years. That's what the judge asked me. He said, Sophie, do you feel safe with your daddy and Elena? And I said yes. And he said, do you love them? And I said yes times a million. Damien's hand found Elena's shoulder, squeezed. When she looked up, his face was raw with emotion he wasn't bothering to hide. Thank you, he said quietly, for telling the judge the truth. It was easy. It was just the truth. Sophie shrugged, already moving on with the resilience of children. Can we have hot chocolate now? To celebrate? Absolutely. Elena stood, took Sophie's hand. Extra marshmallows. And cookies. And cookies. They moved to the kitchen together, the three of them, and Elena felt the rightness of it settle into her bones. This was what her father had seen that night in the hospital. Not the contract or the arrangement, but the possibility of something real being built from broken pieces. While Sophie measured cocoa powder with intense concentration, Damien's phone buzzed. He checked it, his expression darkening. Victoria's lawyer, he said quietly. They're filing an appeal. Elena's stomach clenched. Already. It's posturing. Rebecca says they have no grounds. The judge's ruling was thorough, Sophie's testimony was clear. But they'll drag it out as long as they can. He set the phone down with deliberate care. It doesn't matter. We won what counts. Sophie stays with us. For now. For always. His voice was certain. Victoria can appeal until she's broke. It won't change the facts. Sophie is happy here. Safe here. Loved here. No court will overturn that. Elena wanted to believe him. But she'd learned that certainty was a luxury, that victories could be temporary, that nothing was guaranteed except the fight itself. The hot chocolate finished heating. Sophie poured it into 3 mugs with the careful precision of someone performing a sacred ritual. They carried the mugs to the living room, settled onto the sofa in a tangle of limbs, and Sophie declared it the best celebration ever, even though nothing about it was particularly special. Except that it was. Because they were together. Because they'd won the right to keep being together. Because for the first time since Elena had signed that contract, the future felt possible instead of prescribed. "Tell me about your mom," Sophie said suddenly, looking at Elena. "Your real mom. Not the one who died, but the one in the letters." Elena stiffened. She'd told Sophie about her father's death, about the funeral, but hadn't mentioned the letters. Hadn't known how to explain that her mother had tried to stay in her life, and her father had prevented it. "How do you know about the letters?" Elena asked carefully. "I heard you and Daddy talking. About the journal and the pictures and how your dad kept secrets." Sophie's voice was matter-of-fact. "Was your mom nice? Do you miss her?" Damien's hand found Elena's, laced their fingers together. Support without interference. "I don't know if she was nice," Elena admitted. "I don't remember her very well. She left when I was young, and I was angry about that for a long time. But she wrote you letters." "She did. A lot of them. My dad kept them from me because he thought he was protecting me. But really he was just scared." Elena took a sip of hot chocolate, gathering her thoughts. Sometimes grown-ups make mistakes because they're scared. They think they're doing the right thing, but they're really just hiding. Like how you and Daddy pretended to fall in love, but then you really did fall in love. Sophie's insight was unsettling. "Mrs. Chen told me about the contract. She said you married Daddy to help your dad, but then you stayed because you wanted to." Elena shot a look at Damien, who looked equally surprised. Apparently their carefully maintained fiction hadn't been as convincing as they'd thought. "Mrs. Chen talks too much," Damien muttered. "Mrs. Chen tells the truth," Sophie corrected. "She said grown-ups make things complicated when they're really simple. Like love. Love is simple. You either feel it or you don't." "And what do you feel?" Lena asked. "About me being here. About us being a family." Sophie set down her mug, climbed into Elena's lap with the unself-conscious affection of a child who decided you were safe. "I feel happy. I feel like I have a mom again, even if you're not my real mom. I feel like our family is right now, even if it started wrong." "Nothing about our family started wrong," Damien said firmly. "It started complicated. But complicated doesn't mean wrong. That's what I told the judge." Sophie yawned, her head dropping to Elena's shoulder. "I said, my family is weird but it's mine and I love it." And he said that was a very mature perspective. Elena held Sophie close, felt the little girl's breathing even out into sleep. Over Sophie's head she met Damien's eyes, saw her own wonder reflected back. "She knows," Elena whispered. "About the contract, about how we started. And she doesn't care. She cares that we're here. That we stayed. That we chose each other even when we didn't have to." Damien's voice was rough with emotion. "That's what matters to her. The staying, not the starting." They sat in comfortable silence as afternoon faded to evening, as the city lights began their nightly bloom beyond the windows. Sophie slept between them, warm and trusting, the physical manifestation of everything they'd fought for. Finally, carefully, Damien lifted Sophie and carried her to her room. Elena followed, watched him tuck the little girl in with practiced tenderness, saw him press a kiss to her forehead and whisper something Elena couldn't hear. In the hallway he took Elena's hand. "Come with me. There's something I need to show you." He led her to his study, the room where they'd fought and reconciled and slowly learned to be honest with each other. But tonight it looked different. The desk was clear, the papers gone, and on the leather sofa sat a box wrapped in simple brown paper. "What is this?" Lena asked. "Open it." She unwrapped the box carefully, found inside a leather-bound book. Not a journal, something else. She opened it to the first page and her breath caught. Photos. Dozens of them. Her and Sophie baking cookies, flour in their hair. Her and Damien on the terrace at dawn, wrapped in blankets. The three of them at the funeral, holding each other up. Sophie's butterfly drawings. Her father's letter. The locket. A record of their life together, carefully documented, lovingly preserved. Torres took most of them, Damien said quietly. Security footage, candid shots. I had them printed, put together. I wanted you to see what I see. What everyone else sees when they look at us. Elena turned pages, her vision blurring. Here was the moment she'd slapped him. His face shocked and hers furious. Here was the kitchen at 3 a.m., both of them hollow-eyed with grief. Here was Sophie between them on the sofa, all three of them asleep in a tangle of limbs. You see a family, Elena whispered. I see us. Real and complicated and worth documenting. Damien moved closer, his hands settling on her waist. The contract is void, Elena. Has been for weeks. You're not obligated to stay, not bound by debt or duty or anything except choice. I know, but I need to ask you properly. Not in a moment of crisis or grief or fear. I need to ask you when we're both thinking clearly, when the pressure's off, when you have the space to say no if that's what you want. He took a breath, steadied himself. Will you stay? Not for 2 years. Not for Sophie. Not because you promised your father. Will you stay because you want to build a life with me? Elena set down the photo album, turned to face him fully. You're asking me to choose you. Choose this. To make it real instead of contractual. I'm asking you to choose us. All three of us. The weird, complicated family we've become. His hands tightened on her waist. I love you, Elena. I'm in love with you. And I want you here not because I need you for custody or stability or any practical reason. I want you here because you make me better. Because you see me, really see me, and you stay anyway. Elena thought about the question. Really thought about it. About what she'd be choosing. A life with a man who'd coerced her into marriage, who'd paid off her debts, who'd controlled and managed and manipulated. But also a man who'd sat with her in hospitals, who'd voided the contract without telling her, who'd learned to be vulnerable because she demanded it. She thought about Sophie, about the little girl who'd lost one mother and found another in the most unlikely place. About the butterflies on the wall and the hot chocolate at dawn and the simple truth that love didn't care about origins, only about endurance. She thought about her father's last words. Stop hiding behind the contract. Life's too short for that kind of cowardice. Yes, Elena said simply. I'll stay. Not because I'm obligated or because Sophie needs me or because I don't have anywhere else to go. I'll stay because I love you. 'Cause I love Sophie. Because this weird, complicated family is mine and I want to keep it. Damien's control finally, fully shattered. He kissed her like she was oxygen, like she was the only thing keeping him tethered to earth. Elena kissed him back, her hands fisting in his shirt, pulling him closer, needing the solid warmth of him to anchor her in this moment. When they finally pulled apart, both breathing hard, Damien rested his forehead against hers. I don't deserve you. Probably not. But you're stuck with me anyway. Elena's hands moved to cup his face, her thumbs tracing the sharp line of his jaw. We're going to fight, Damien. We're going to drive each other crazy. I'm going to call you on your controlling bullshit and you're going to struggle with vulnerability and we're both going to make mistakes. I know. But we're going to show up anyway. We're going to keep choosing each other, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. She kissed him softly. That's what real families do. They stay. Then we're real. His arms wrapped around her, held her close. No more contracts. No more careful distance. Just us. They stood in his study as evening deepened to night, holding each other, letting the weight of the day finally settle. The custody battle was won. The contract was void. The choice had been made. Everything else was just details. Later that night, after they'd ordered takeout and eaten it on the living room floor with Sophie, after they'd watched a movie and read chapter books and tucked the little girl into bed, Elena and Damien found themselves back on the terrace. The November air was bitter, frost forming on the railing, but they stood wrapped in blankets and each other's warmth, watching the city glow below. "Victoria's going to appeal," Elena said. "She's not going to give up. Let her appeal. She'll lose." Damien's voice was certain. The judge's ruling was clear. Sophie's testimony was definitive. And we have Dr. Brennan's ongoing assessments to prove continued stability. But it's not over. The fight isn't over. The fight is never over. That's what I'm learning. He turned her in his arms, his hands framing her face. There will always be something. Business rivals, custody disputes, the daily work of being a family. But we face it together now. That's the difference. Elena leaned into his touch, felt the warmth of his palms against her cold cheeks. "I want to find her. My mother. I want to read the letters, reach out, see if." She stopped, the words catching. "I don't know what I want. Closure maybe. Or just answers. Then we'll find her. Together." Damien's voice was gentle. "Whatever you need, Elena. Whatever you want to do. I'm here." What if she doesn't want to be found? What if she read about the marriage, about the custody battle, and wants nothing to do with this mess? Then we'll deal with that too. But you deserve the chance to know her. To hear her side. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Your father kept those letters for a reason. Maybe he knew you'd need them someday. Need to understand that you weren't abandoned. You were loved by two people who were too broken to show it right." Elena thought of the letters, still unread, sitting in her nightstand drawer. Tomorrow she'd start reading them. Tomorrow she'd begin the work of understanding her mother, of forgiving her father, of accepting that families were complicated and love was messy and none of it was as simple as she'd once believed. But tonight she let herself just be. Be present. Be loved. Be part of something real. "Thank you," she said quietly. "For asking me to stay. For giving me the choice. Thank you for saying yes." Damien's arms tightened around her. "For choosing us when you could have walked away." They stood on the terrace until the cold drove them inside, until their hands were numb and their breath came in clouds. Inside, the penthouse was warm and quiet, Sophie asleep in her butterfly room, the city glowing beyond the windows. Not the studio apartment in Brooklyn where Elena had lived with her father. Not the sterile guest room where she'd first slept in this penthouse. But here, this space they'd built together, this life they'd chosen, this family they'd fought for. Elena checked on Sophie one last time, found the little girl sprawled across her bed, her stuffed rabbit clutched tight, her face peaceful in sleep. She adjusted the blankets, pressed a kiss to Sophie's forehead, whispered "I love you" into the darkness. In the hallway she found Damien waiting. Not in his study, not in the common areas, but outside her bedroom door, the place where he'd sat at 2 a.m. all those weeks ago, keeping watch, unable to sleep unless he knew she was safe. "I thought." Elena gestured to the separate bedrooms, the careful distance they'd maintained. "I thought we were still. We're not." Damien's voice was firm. "No more separate rooms. No more careful distance. We're married, Elena. Really married. And I want to wake up next to you. I want to fall asleep holding you. I want." He stopped, seemed to struggle with words. "I want all of it. The real marriage, not the contractual one." Elena's pulse kicked up. "Your room or mine? Ours." He took her hand, led her not to his room or hers but to a door at the end of the hallway she'd never entered. "I had it prepared weeks ago. Kept waiting for the right moment to show you." He opened the door and Elena's breath caught. The room was beautiful, not sterile like her guest room or masculine like his study, but something in between. A king bed with soft gray linens. Windows overlooking the city. Furniture that looked lived in, comfortable. Photos on the dresser, her father, Sophie, the three of them together. A bookshelf with her favorite novels mixed with his legal texts. 2 nightstands, 2 lamps, 2 sides of the bed waiting to be claimed. A room for 2 people building a life together. When did you? Elena's voice broke. 3 weeks ago. After I voided the contract. After I knew I wanted you to stay. Damien moved behind her, his arms wrapping around her waist. I wanted you to have a choice. Your room, my room, or ours. I was hoping you'd choose ours. Elena turned in his arms, saw the vulnerability in his expression, the fear that she might say no. I choose ours. His kiss was soft, reverent, full of promise and relief and hope tangled together. When they pulled apart, both smiling, he took her hand and led her into the room that would be theirs. They undressed slowly, carefully, learning each other's bodies with the tentative exploration of people who'd waited too long for this moment. Damien's hands were gentle, his touch reverent, asking permission with every caress. Elena answered with her own touch, her own exploration, claiming him as surely as he was claiming her. When they finally came together, it felt like coming home. Like the final piece of a puzzle sliding into place. Like the contract being rewritten in skin and breath, and the simple truth that love didn't care about origins, only about endurance. Afterward, wrapped in each other and soft sheets, Damien traced lazy patterns on Elena's shoulder. I love you. I love you too. Elena's hand found his over her heart. Thank you for waiting. For not pushing. For letting this be real instead of obligated. Thank you for staying. For fighting. For loving us when we made it hard. He pressed a kiss to her temple. We're going to be okay, Elena. All of us. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. Together, she agreed. They fell asleep like that, tangled together, the city glowing beyond the windows, the future uncertain but no longer frightening. Because they had each other. Because they'd chosen each other. Because somewhere in the performance, they'd stopped acting and started living. And that was enough. Morning came soft and golden, sunlight streaming through the windows, painting everything in shades of amber and rose. Elena woke to find Damien already awake, watching her with an expression that made her chest ache. Hi, she whispered. Hi. He brushed a strand of hair from her face. How do you feel? Happy. Terrified. Like everything just became real. She shifted closer, pressed against his warmth. How do you feel? Like I don't want to move. Like I want to stay in this moment forever. His arms tightened around her. But Sophie's going to wake up soon, and she's going to have questions about why you're not in your room. Then we tell her the truth. That we're married. That we love each other. That we're a real family now. She's going to be insufferable about it. She's been asking when you're going to move into Daddy's room since week 2. Elena laughed, felt the sound bubble up from somewhere deep and genuine. She's 7. She's supposed to be insufferable. A knock at the door made them both freeze. Then Sophie's voice, tentative. Elena? Are you in there? Your room is empty and I got scared. Damien and Elena exchanged glances. Then Elena called out, Come in, sweetheart. The door opened. Sophie stood in the threshold in her star-print pajamas, her stuffed rabbit trailing from one hand, her eyes going wide as she took in the scene. Elena and Damien in bed together, clearly having spent the night in the same room. Oh! Sophie's face split into the biggest smile Elena had ever seen. Oh! Does this mean you're really married now? Like really, really married? We've been really married for weeks, Damien said, but he was smiling too. But yes, Elena's not sleeping in the guest room anymore. This is our room now. Good. That's good. Sophie climbed onto the bed, wedged herself between them with the confidence of a child who knew she was wanted. I told Emma you'd figure it out eventually. She said grown-ups are slow about feelings. I said you were extra slow because you're both scared. Emma sounds very wise, Elena said, smoothing Sophie's curls. She is. Her mom says love is scary but worth it. Sophie looked between them, her expression serious. Are you still scared? A little, Elena admitted. But I'm here anyway. Me too, Damien said. Scared and here anyway. That's brave. Sophie nodded, satisfied. That's what you told me, Elena. That being brave doesn't mean not being scared. It means being scared and doing it anyway. They lay there together, the three of them, as morning light filled the room. Through the windows, the city was waking. Traffic beginning to move, lights blinking on in distant windows, 8 million lives starting another day. But in this room, in this moment, the world narrowed to just them. A family built from broken pieces, held together by choice and love and the simple decision to keep showing up. Can we have pancakes? Sophie asked. To celebrate. Absolutely. Elena kissed the top of Sophie's head. Extra chocolate chips. And whipped cream. And whipped cream. They got up, moved through the morning routine of showers and clothes and coffee. Elena wore one of Damien's shirts, her legs bare, and caught him watching her with an expression that made her blush. Sophie chattered about school and Emma and the butterfly drawings she wanted to add to her wall. Normal. Domestic. Real. In the kitchen, while Sophie measured pancake ingredients with intense concentration, Damien pulled Elena aside. I need to tell you something. About the contract. Elena's stomach clenched. What about it? When I had Rebecca void it, I also had her set up a trust. For you. He held up a hand before she could object. Not payment. Not compensation. Just security. So you know you're not dependent on me financially. So you have your own resources, your own freedom. Damien. It's done. Non-negotiable. The money is yours, no strings attached. His voice was firm but gentle. I don't want you to ever feel trapped here. I want you to stay because you choose to, not because you have nowhere else to go. Elena stared at him, felt something crack open in her chest. You're giving me the means to leave. I'm giving you the freedom to stay. There's a difference. He cupped her face, his thumbs brushing her cheekbones. I love you, Elena. And love means giving you choices, not taking them away. She kissed him hard, tasting coffee and toothpaste and the simple truth that he'd learned what she'd been trying to teach him all along. That control wasn't safety, that vulnerability was strength, that real love required trust. Thank you, she whispered against his lips. For learning. For changing. For being brave enough to let go. Thank you for staying anyway. He kissed her again, soft and sweet. For choosing us when you could have walked away. They made pancakes together, the three of them, and ate them at the kitchen island while Sophie planned her day and Damien fielded work calls and Elena read her father's letters one by one, learning about a mother she'd never known. Later they'd deal with Victoria's appeal and the quarterly check-ins and the daily work of being a family. Later they'd face whatever challenges came next. Business rivals, school events, the complicated work of blending lives. But for now, in the morning light of their shared room, they were simply themselves. A family built on choice instead of contract. On love instead of leverage. On the brave decision to keep showing up, even when it was hard. Especially when it was hard. Because that's what families did. They stayed. Plug. 2 years later. The art studio in Brooklyn Heights smelled of linseed oil and possibility. Elena stood back from the canvas, brush in hand, studying the piece that had consumed her for the past 3 months. Fire and rebirth, she'd told the gallery owner. A series exploring transformation. How things that started in ash could bloom into something beautiful. The canvas showed a woman pulling a child from flames, but the fire wasn't destroying them. It was transforming them. The orange and gold bleeding into shades of purple and blue, becoming butterflies that lifted them both toward light. It's finished, she said aloud, testing the words. It's perfect. Damien's voice came from the doorway, warm and familiar. But you've been saying it's almost finished for 2 weeks now. Elena turned to find him leaning against the doorframe, still in his suit from the office but with his tie loosened. His sleeves rolled up. Even after 2 years, the sight of him made her pulse kick up, not with fear or uncertainty anymore, but with something simpler. Love. I'm afraid to let it go, she admitted. It feels too personal. Too raw. That's what makes it good. He moved into the studio, his practiced eye cataloging the other pieces, the series she'd been building for her first solo show. You're not hiding anymore, Elena. That's what people will respond to. The honesty. She set down her brush, wiped her hands on the paint-stained apron she'd stolen from Sophie's art class. The opening is in 3 days. I'm terrified. You're brave. He pulled her against him, his arms wrapping around her waist, his chin resting on top of her head. You've always been brave. You just didn't know it yet. Elena leaned into his warmth, let herself be held. Through the industrial windows, she could see the Brooklyn Bridge, the Manhattan skyline beyond it, the city that had become home in ways she'd never expected. How was your day? She asked. Long, tedious. Full of lawyers arguing about contracts. His voice held dry humor. I spent 3 hours in a deposition thinking about how I used to be one of those people, using contracts as weapons, as leverage, as substitutes for actual human connection. And now I'm married to an artist who calls me on my bullshit and makes me remember that some things can't be quantified or controlled. He pressed a kiss to her temple. Best decision I ever made, signing that contract. You mean voiding it? I mean both. Signing it brought you into my life. Voiding it let you stay for the right reasons. He turned her in his arms, his hands framing her face. Speaking of which, I have something for you. Damien, we agreed. No more extravagant gifts. It's not extravagant. It's necessary. He pulled a folded paper from his jacket pocket, handed it over. Elena unfolded it carefully, her breath catching as she realized what she was holding. Adoption papers. Legal documents that would make her officially, legally, Sophie's mother. I don't understand. You have full custody. Victoria's appeal was denied. This isn't about Victoria. This is about making official what's already true. Damien's voice was soft, certain. Sophie asked me last week when you were going to be her real mom. Not her stepmom, not her dad's wife, her real mom. And I realized we'd never made it legal. Never made it permanent in the way that matters to a 9-year-old. Elena's vision blurred. She thought of Sophie, no longer the traumatized 7-year-old from the fire, but a confident, creative 9-year-old who drew butterflies and wrote stories and called Elena Mom without hesitation. You're asking me to adopt her. I'm asking you to make official what we all already know. That you're her mother. That this family is real and permanent and not going anywhere. His thumbs brushed away her tears. Will you? Legally, officially, permanently. Will you be Sophie's mom? Yes. The word came out choked, fierce. Yes, of course, yes. He kissed her then, deep and slow, tasting of coffee and certainty and 2 years of learning how to love without leverage. When they pulled apart, both smiling, Elena pressed the papers to her chest like a talisman. When do we tell her? She asked. Tonight. I thought we'd do it at dinner. Make it special. Damien checked his watch. Which means we need to leave now. Sophie's school play starts in an hour, and if we're late, we'll never hear the end of it. The play. Right. Elena looked down at her paint-stained clothes. I need to change. You need to hurry. Torres is waiting downstairs with the car. They locked up the studio, Elena's studio, the space Damien had helped her find 6 months ago when she'd finally admitted she wanted to paint seriously, wanted to build something that was hers alone. The rent was paid from the trust he'd set up, the one that gave her freedom and security and the knowledge that she wasn't dependent on him for survival. In the car, Torres greeted them with his usual stoic nod. 2 years. And the man still showed no emotion beyond the occasional flicker of approval when Sophie did something particularly clever. Traffic's light, Torres reported. We'll make it with 10 minutes to spare. See. Damien took Elena's hand, laced their fingers together. Plenty of time. They made it to Sophie's school with 8 minutes to spare, found seats in the crowded auditorium next to Marcus and his girlfriend Jenna. Marcus was 18 months sober now, working as a counselor at the rehab facility that had saved his life, building something real from the wreckage of his past. "You made it," Marcus said, pulling Elena into a hug. "Sophie's been asking about you all week. She's convinced you're going to miss her big moment." "I wouldn't miss it for anything." Elena settled into her seat, Damien's arm around her shoulders, and felt the rightness of it wash over her. Family. Real and complicated, and hers. The lights dimmed. The curtain rose. And there was Sophie, no longer the small, scared girl from 2 years ago, but confident and bright in her butterfly costume, her dark curls crowned with purple antennae, her smile visible even from the back row. She was playing the lead. A caterpillar who learned that transformation was possible, that endings could become beginnings, that sometimes you had to burn down the old life to make room for the new one. Elena watched, her throat tight, as Sophie delivered her lines with perfect clarity. Watched as the little girl transformed on stage, shedding her caterpillar costume to reveal butterfly wings that caught the stage lights and threw rainbows across the audience. "She's incredible," Damien murmured, his voice rough with pride. "She's ours," Elena whispered back. "Really, officially ours." After the play, they waited in the lobby while Sophie changed. When she emerged, still in her butterfly wings, she launched herself at Elena with the enthusiasm of someone who just conquered the world. Did you see me fly?" Sophie's words tumbled out in a rush. "Mrs. Patterson said I was the best butterfly she'd ever seen. And Emma said I should be on Broadway. And," she stopped, suddenly shy. "Did I do good?" "You were perfect." Elena crouched to Sophie's level, adjusted the antennae that had gone askew. "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart. Proud enough to get ice cream. Proud enough for ice cream and whatever else you want." Damien scooped Sophie up, settled her on his hip even though she was getting too big for it. "It's a celebration night." They went to Sophie's favorite ice cream place in the village, the 5 of them, Elena, Damien, Sophie, Marcus, and Jenna, crowding into a corner booth and ordering too much. Sophie chattered about the play, about her lines, about how the wings had gotten tangled backstage and she'd almost missed her entrance. Normal. Domestic. The kind of evening Elena had never imagined having when she'd signed that contract 2 years ago. After ice cream, Marcus and Jenna said their goodbyes. Torres drove the 3 of them back to the penthouse, not the sterile showroom it had been, but a home now. Sophie's drawings covered the refrigerator. Elena's books were scattered across the coffee table. Damien's reading glasses sat on the kitchen counter next to the coffee maker. Evidence of lives being lived, of a family being built. "Bath time," Elena told Sophie. "School night." "But it's a celebration night," Sophie protested. "You said bath first, then celebration." Elena softened her voice. "We have something to tell you, something important. But you need to be clean and in pajamas first." Sophie's eyes went wide with curiosity, but she didn't argue further. She took her bath with record speed, emerged in her star-print pajamas, the same ones she'd been wearing that first morning, though they were getting too small now, and settled on the sofa between Elena and Damien. "Okay, I'm ready. What's the important thing?" Sophie bounced slightly, unable to contain her excitement. Damien pulled out the adoption papers, unfolded them carefully. "Sophie, you know that Elena and I got married 2 years ago. And you know that she's been your stepmom since then." "She's not my stepmom. She's just my mom." Sophie's voice was matter-of-fact. "Stepmom is what Victoria was. Mom is what Elena is." Elena's throat closed. Even after 2 years, hearing Sophie call her mom, without hesitation made her chest ache. "You're right," Damien said gently. "Elena is your mom. But we realized we never made it official. Never made it legal. So," he handed Sophie the papers, "we wanted to ask you, would it be okay if Elena officially adopted you? If we made it so she's legally your mom, not just in our hearts but on paper too?" Sophie stared at the papers, her small hands holding them carefully. Then she looked up at Elena, her eyes shining with tears. "You want to adopt me? Like forever, forever?" "Forever, forever," Elena confirmed, her own voice thick. If that's okay with you. Okay with me. Sophie launched herself at Elena, the papers flying, her arms wrapping tight around Elena's neck. It's the best thing ever. Can we do it now? Can we make it official right now? There's paperwork, a court date, some legal steps, Damien explained. But yes, we're doing it. You'll officially be Sophie Morgan Cross. Both our names. Both our daughter. Sophie pulled back, her face serious. Will I still remember my first mom? The one who died when I was born? Elena's heart clenched. Of course you will. She'll always be your first mom. I'm the mom who gets to watch you grow up. Who gets to be here for school plays and ice cream and all the moments she couldn't be here for. So I get two moms. The one who gave me life and the one who chose me. Sophie nodded, processing. That's pretty cool. Emma only has one mom. You're very lucky, Damien said, his voice rough with emotion. Two moms who love you, one dad who adores you, and an uncle who's getting his life together. And Torres, Sophie added. He's like a grumpy grandpa. Torres would be horrified to hear you say that, Elena said, laughing through her tears. They spent the rest of the evening on the sofa, Sophie between them, talking about the adoption and the court date and what it would mean. Sophie wanted to know if she could invite Emma to the courthouse, if they could have a party afterward, if she could get a new butterfly drawing to celebrate. Finally, exhausted from excitement, Sophie fell asleep with her head on Elena's lap, her butterfly wings still strapped to her back, her face peaceful in the glow of the city lights beyond the windows. She's out, Damien observed quietly. I'll carry her to bed. Wait. Elena smoothed Sophie's curls, memorizing this moment. Let's just stay like this for a minute. All three of us. They sat in comfortable silence, Sophie sleeping between them, the adoption papers on the coffee table like a promise. Through the windows, Manhattan glowed. 8 million lives, 8 million stories, and there's just one among many. But it was theirs. Real and hard-won and worth every risk they'd taken to build it. Thank you, Elena said quietly. For this. For the adoption, for the trust, for the studio. For giving me choices instead of taking them away. Thank you for staying. For choosing us when you could have left. Damien's hand found hers over Sophie's sleeping form. For teaching me that control isn't safety. That vulnerability is strength. That love requires trust. We taught each other. Elena laced their fingers together. That's what partners do. Damien carefully lifted Sophie, carried her to her room. Elena followed, watched him tuck the little girl in with practiced tenderness, saw him press a kiss to her forehead and whisper, I love you, butterfly girl. In their room, the room they'd shared for 2 years now, the one that had stopped being his or hers and become simply ours, they undressed in comfortable silence. Elena hung up her paint-stained clothes. Damien set his suit aside for dry cleaning, and they slid into bed with the easy familiarity of people who'd learned each other's rhythms. The gallery opening is in 3 days, Elena said, curling against his warmth. I'm terrified. You're going to be brilliant. The paintings are extraordinary. He pressed a kiss to her temple. Your father would be proud. Elena touched the locket at her throat. She wore it every day now, her father and mother both close to her heart. I think about him sometimes. About what he said that last night. About stopping hiding behind the contract. We stopped hiding. Damien's arms tightened around her. We built something real. We did. Elena was quiet for a moment then. I reached out to her. My mother. Last week. Damien went still. You didn't tell me. I wasn't sure I was going to go through with it. But I read all her letters and Elena's voice caught. I wanted to know her. To understand why she left. Why she stayed away even after Dad died. And we're meeting next month. Coffee somewhere neutral. She lives in Oregon now, remarried, has 2 other kids. Elena felt tears prick her eyes. I have half-siblings I've never met. A whole other family I knew nothing about. How do you feel about that? Scared? Angry? Hopeful? She turned in his arms, found his face in the darkness. But I'm doing it anyway. Because you taught me that being brave doesn't mean not being scared. It means being scared and showing up anyway. You taught me that, Damien corrected gently. That first night when you pulled Sophie from the fire. You were terrified, but you showed up anyway. They lay in comfortable silence, holding each other, the city glowing beyond the windows. 2 years ago, they'd been strangers bound by a contract. Now they were partners, parents, people who'd learned that love wasn't about perfection or control or careful choreography. It was about showing up, about choosing each other, about building something real from broken pieces. I love you, Elena whispered into the darkness. I love you too, Damien whispered back. Thank you for saving my daughter, for saving me, for staying when you could have run. Thank you for asking me to stay, for giving me a family when I thought I'd lost mine. Elena pressed a kiss to his chest, felt his heartbeat steady beneath her lips. For teaching me that contracts can become covenants, that transactions can become transformations. That's very poetic. You should put that in your artist's statement. Elena laughed, felt the sound bubble up from somewhere deep and genuine. You're ridiculous. You love me anyway. I do. God help me, I really do. They fell asleep like that, wrapped around each other. The adoption papers on the dresser like a promise, the city humming its endless song beyond the windows. 3 days later, Elena stood in a Soho gallery surrounded by her paintings, her heart pounding as strangers examined her work with critical eyes. The series was called Bound by Fire, 12 pieces exploring transformation, coercion, choice, and the complicated ways people learned to love. The centerpiece was the largest canvas, the woman pulling the child from flames, the fire becoming butterflies, the whole piece glowing with shades of orange and gold and purple and blue. Underneath, a small plaque read, "For Sophie and Damien, who taught me that endings can become beginnings." It's extraordinary. A woman in designer clothes studied the painting with obvious appreciation. The way you've captured transformation, not as a single moment but as a process. It's deeply moving. Thank you, Elena managed, her voice steady despite her nerves. The woman moved on, and Elena felt Damien's hand at the small of her back. Warm, grounding, familiar. Told you, he murmured. Brilliant. 3 people have asked about purchasing the centerpiece. I told them it's not for sale. Elena leaned into his touch. That one's ours. It stays with us. Good. I was prepared to outbid anyone who tried. He pressed a kiss to her temple. Sophie's holding court by the butterfly series. She's telling everyone that her mom is the best artist in the world and they should buy everything. Elena laughed, felt some of the tension ease. She's 9. She's biased. She's right. Damien turned her to face him, his hands framing her face. You did this, Elena. You took the fear and the pain and the complicated mess of the last 2 years, and you made something beautiful. Something that matters. We did this. All 3 of us. Elena touched the locket at her throat. This series isn't just about me. It's about us. About how we transformed each other. The gallery owner approached, her smile wide. Elena, I need to tell you, we've sold 6 pieces already. And there's a critic from The Times who wants to interview you. Elena's stomach flipped. The Times. She's very impressed. Says your work has a raw honesty that's rare in contemporary art. The owner squeezed Elena's arm. This is a triumph, darling. Enjoy it. The evening passed in a blur of congratulations and sales and strangers who wanted to know the story behind the paintings. Elena answered their questions with careful honesty. Yes, the series was personal. Yes, it was about transformation. No, she wouldn't explain every detail because some things were too private to share. Marcus showed up with Jenna, both of them dressed up and proud. Dad would have loved this, Marcus said, studying the paintings with wet eyes. He always said you had talent. Said you saw the world differently than other people. He was right. Elena hugged her brother tight. About a lot of things. By the time the gallery closed, Elena was exhausted and exhilarated in equal measure. They collected Sophie from where she'd been charming potential buyers, piled into Torres's car, and headed home through Manhattan traffic. "Can we celebrate?" Sophie asked, bouncing in her seat. "With ice cream. We just had ice cream 3 days ago," Damien pointed out. "That was for the play. This is for Mom's art show. Totally different celebrations." Sophie's logic was unassailable. They got ice cream, again, and sat in their corner booth while Sophie recounted every conversation she'd had at the gallery, every person who'd complimented the paintings, every moment of her mother's triumph. Her mother. The adoption would be finalized next month, but Sophie had stopped making the distinction weeks ago. Elena was Mom. Simple. True. Permanent. Back at the penthouse, after Sophie was asleep and the celebration had wound down, Elena found herself on the terrace. The November air was bitter, exactly like it had been 2 years ago, that first night when Damien had offered her the contract, when her father had been dying, when everything had felt impossible. "You're going to freeze." Damien appeared with a blanket, wrapped it around her shoulders. "I was just thinking," Elena said. "About 2 years ago. About how different everything was. How scared I was. And now I'm still scared sometimes. But it's a different kind of scared." She turned in his arms, the blanket cocooning them both. "I'm scared of losing this. Of something happening to Sophie or you or this life we've built. But I'm not scared of feeling anymore. Not scared of being vulnerable or choosing love or any of the things that used to terrify me. Your father was right. About stopping hiding behind the contract." Damien's voice was soft. "We stopped performing. Started living." "We did." Elena looked up at the sky. No stars visible through the light pollution, but she knew they were there anyway. "Do you ever regret it? The way we started? The contract, the coercion, all of it?" "No." His answer was immediate, certain. "Because it brought you to me. Brought us to this." He gestured to the penthouse behind them, to the life they'd built. "I regret that your father had to die. I regret that Sophie had to nearly die for us to meet. But I don't regret the contract. It gave us a beginning. And we gave ourselves the rest." Elena pressed closer, seeking his warmth. "The middle and the ending and everything in between." "No ending," Damien corrected. "Just continuation. Evolution. The next chapter." They stood on the terrace as the temperature dropped, as the city glowed below, as the weight of 2 years settled into something that felt like peace. Inside, Sophie slept in her butterfly room, dreaming of stage lights and ice cream and the family that had chosen her. In a month, the adoption would be final. In 2 months, Elena would have her second gallery show. In 6 months, Damien would step back from Cross Enterprises to spend more time with his family. In a year, they'd take Sophie to Oregon to meet her grandmother, to begin the complicated work of blending families and healing old wounds. But tonight they were simply themselves. A family built on choice instead of contract. On love instead of leverage. On the brave decision to keep showing up, even when it was hard. Especially when it was hard. "Come inside," Damien said finally. "It's too cold out here." "In a minute." Elena turned in his arms, looked up at his face. "Familiar now, beloved home. I just want to remember this moment. This feeling. This certainty that we made the right choice. We made the only choice that mattered." He kissed her softly. "We chose each other. Everything else was just details." They went inside together, checked on Sophie one last time, and retreated to their room. In bed, wrapped around each other, Elena thought about the contract that had brought them together. 47 pages of carefully worded coercion that had somehow, impossibly, led to this. To love. Family. A home. The contract had specified 2 years. But they'd built forever. And in a penthouse high above Manhattan, 3 people who'd started as strangers learned what it meant to be family. Not through blood or obligation, but through the simple, brave act of choosing each other. Again and again and again. "I love you," Elena whispered into the darkness. "I love you too," Damien whispered back. Thank you for staying. Thank you for asking. They fell asleep like that, holding each other, the city glowing beyond the windows, the future uncertain but no longer frightening. Because they had each other. Because they'd chosen each other. Because somewhere in the performance, they'd stopped acting and started living. And that was enough. That was everything. 2 years after the contract. Forever after the choice. A family built from fire and ash and the brave decision to transform. Real and complicated and worth every risk. End.